Hello. Hello.
Nearly all of my peripherals that normally work with my PC are running out of battery life, which is kind of a mistake on my part. I should really have gotten around to doing the meat, getting everything charged and what have you before I got into the stream and what have you. Because yeah, mouse was almost out of battery life. Keyboard is nearly out of battery life. I love wireless peripherals so much because I like you ever have those days where you just want to kick back. Hang on a sec. Let me just grab the thingamajiggy and I need to charge my watch. Oh, I need to charge my watch, which unfortunately I cannot do from here. Hang on a second. I'm gonna send you back to the countdown thingamajiggy while I gotta charge something. Ah, I see Het's fishing. Good for you, Het. Hi, Zeebs. Happy Pecktober. Oh, that's right. Now we're out of September. We're out of September, which I had barely any plan for when we did that. And now we're going to October, which is Spookytober, Pecktober. Like, there's all these tobers that could be a celebration and what have you, and I am completely out of preparation for that one. I have not prepared at all, so I just realized I should do a little thingy-majiggy there just to drop my guy down there. There we go. Yeah, so many things that I should be doing, but I am not doing. Autober? Autober? No, whatever the fuck Autober is. Never heard of Autober before. But yeah, like, there's always some, like, the month October to me is Broketober. That's what I catch on / here. Quick sippies. Like, there's all kinds of things that I could be doing. Like, hang on a second. Let me see if I can do something real quick. I swear I must have these images somewhere. Give me a second, chat. So, we got this break room here. And I bet you I can probably do the spooky colors or something like that. Thank you for the pet X there, head. I appreciate it. Give me a room. Give me a min. Give me a min. So... Alright, so it looks like we got... What's the difference between this one and that? Okay, cool. So there's barely any... Alright, here we go. So if I go browse... So this is using chatting. And then if I go 2024 and I go Halloween... Look at that! Look at that spooky shit! There's been barely any change in the background and what have you, but look, it looks spooky, doesn't it? Spooky. Yay for me to make it spooky. Also, I need to fix up, when were these done? My god, I used to do so much 3D Blender nonsense, and now I don't. I don't do the 3D nonsense. So yeah, okay, so this was modified 2021. So this, actually, ding, and then this can probably, let's see. So that to here would probably be 2023. Same as you, same as you, same as you. So we got corkboard of fan art there and there. Photo shoot. And then we got a corkboard of fan art using Halloween. Alright, so I'm gonna cut these, create a new folder called 2021, because I'm pretty sure that's when I use those. Paste those in there. And then I need to double check, when did I get this desk in front of me? Desk. Okay, so that came from break room foreground 1. Alrighty then. So I need to do... Hey! Oh, I forgot to do that. I forgot to Control C, Control V. Desk. So I need a... That way I can then browse this source and put desk here instead. Because yeah, look at that. Like, I'll do it like there. I'm fixing things, all right? I'm doing some nonsense, all right? And then we grab you and then move you into there. I'm just cleaning up some stuff. I'm just cleaning up nonsense. All right. So, slowly but surely I will most certainly have... So we got break room backgrounds, and then this is using corkboard of fan art, which is... Wait, what's this thing? Okay, so that's the Photoshop one, and then this one here is a PNG. So I've likely grabbed that PNG from another time. Okay, so there's a few... So there's gonna need to be a few things that I'm gonna need to do as we get further into October. Number one... do the spooky stuff again, get some more, maybe get like maybe a pumpkin in the corner or something, or maybe try and do some animations. There's all kinds of things that I need to be working on and what have you, but I don't have the time, nor do I have the gumption for it. I'm gonna be real with you. I am a terrible streamer. How I would ever try and do this full time, I do not know. Like, There's all kinds of stuff that I could be doing and that I don't get around to doing. I could be doing more. Also, hi there, how do I say that name? Also, hang on, sorry. Hyacinth Goldenrod. Okay, I know how to say the second one. Also, this wasn't on purpose to have, like, you know, nipple thingamadiggies. This was me by accident. I should mention. I should have gotten around to like fixing this a while ago, but I didn't. Actually, one of the things I can do. Hang on a second. I need to. I can do one small adjustment. Where is it? Sorry, hang on. Where is the... Why is the button not working? Uh-oh. I might have fucked something up. This ain't good. Outfits. Shirt on. So... Hang on. Let me just get my stream deck. I need to double check something. So... Oh, no, this does outfit default. That was my mistake. So... There we go. So keep that, and then we do this. And then ding. All right, cool. So I can swap these things. Let me just get a classic Halloween. There we go. That way, you know, when we get back into spooky thingy-madiggies, we have the opportunities. So yeah. Hyacinth, goldenrod. They're both flowers. Hyacinth. Hyacinth. Nice. Cool. I'm Grant. I'm a zebra. Or Zeebs. I came up with I am a very simple person. Just one? No. So, it's a carved pumpkin. It's a very simple carved pumpkin shirt, okay? So when the shirt redeem is done and what have you, then actually I should probably double check if the timer is running, because if the timer is running, then we're totally fine on let me just have a look. Yeah, yeah, so when the timer is pumpkins didn't tis good for you.
Thank you for the hyper himbo as well, Elhead. I appreciate it. But yeah, where was I? I am a simple Zeebs with the big muscles, exactly. I don't have like the confidence and the skills to do, like, you know, the proper full-time streaming and what have you. Like, there are smarter people, there's more highly skilled people out there doing the cool streaming and what have you, where they're like, you know, posting TikToks every other day. They've got their YouTube channel sorted out. They're doing sponsored streams. They're doing like, they're doing all kinds of cool things, and, like, you know, they're all set up and ready for spooky month. I am not ready at all. I just do the streaming just so then that way I'm able to, you know, do the fun nonsense such as you know, playing the games that I want to play, like Monster Hunter Wilds on my off time, or Devil May Cry back on Mondays. But now we've gone on to an entirely different game on Mondays. We went for Metal Gear Solid, that's it. We're doing Metal Gear Solid on Mondays. Also, the reason why I'm, like, looking over them this way is because at some point, I'm gonna need to look over that way. And we're not using the console, we're gonna use the PC. But yeah, so... where was I on my train of thought? Yeah, there's a number of things I could probably be doing to improve my streams and what have you, but one of the reasons I went on break last week was just so then that way I stopped getting into such a, oh, I need to be doing more for my streams and what have you, and, you know, trying to chase, like, getting stuck in the grind and what have you. I'm trying to back away from that. I'm trying to get back to my roots of, I was playing video games in my free time. I love playing video games, but I also need to do some weird, like, you know, blah 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 I need to do, like, you know, some level of, like, you know, like, it was originally socializing, but now it's one of those cases of when you get older, if you're not making $1 million, you start making your hobby get you, like, a side hustle, which is a little unfortunate, but that's the way the world is now, where more often than not, when you're, you know, doing your hobby, it's like, how are you investing money and how are you getting money back? It's a shame, but that's how the cookie crumbles. All right. Let me get this game running. Also, there's, like, barely any back and forth movement. Time for the giant white text ambience generator. Here's the thing, is like, I don't know what this giant white text ambience generator is. Like, this sounds crazy. Also, why is the game not capturing right now? Like, because it's there for me, and I need it showing for... Oh, knowing my luck, I probably need to fix something. Hang on a second. Game sources. Yep, I have it capturing a specific window rather than just any full screen application because for whatever reason, Sniper Elite was a weird game and didn't want to properly be captured. But look, now it's working. Alright, so, challenging combat, using items and conserving resources required for survival. Cool. We're gonna go with that one. Alan Wake 2 is so good, the style leaked into Warframe for a minute. Nice. Also, I noticed that my frames had a little jitter moment there, so hopefully we're not gonna have too big of a problem.
Back to the beginning.
Playing
We
this...
all come to a story with hopes
Cookie
and
for
expectations,
cookie.
looking for an answer. Sometimes it would be better to live with that hope without ever knowing the full story.
Interesting that he's got like a light shining at where your quote-unquote third eye would be.
In a horror story, there are only victims and monsters. And the trick is not to end up as either. But trapped by the genre, we are all ripped to pieces along the way. This is not the story I hoped it would be. This is not the ending I wanted. This story will eat us alive. This story is a monster.
Are you able to use I thought my mouse was doing something, but it wasn't. The music is a little loud. Hang on, let me fix that up. Music, let's lower you down just a little bit. Adjust the intensity of controller vibration feedback during thingy-majiggy. God damn, this thing has like a lot of options. Now the question is does it like the idea of me playing this with a controller or with a keyboard and mouse is the question. Also, hi there, resident Fed boy. Hopefully you're having a good morning. Hear the game though, which is perfectly fine. I will fix the game at some point, don't you worry. Actually, let me fix it now. Ding. Let's go with like 50%. How about that? Is that better? Hopefully that's better. Are we playing as the butt-naked man? Oh my god, we're playing as the butt-naked man. Are you kidding me? I didn't want this immersion in my game. I'm already an... Why am I a fat, naked, ugly man in here? Game volume is fine now? Nice. Wait, you are quiet, game volume is fine. Yeah, but I can't adjust the volume of myself. I'm already, like, you know, shouting and what have you, and I haven't done any adjustments to the what's-my-koozies. So, rather than making myself louder, it's better to, you know, make everything else lower. Although, hang on. Indeed. Let me just double check that I'm not having anything. So, Wave XLR, condenser is, you know, the input gain is as it is with 48% phantom power. I'm gonna bump you up to 47. See? Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on. 24. Is it going to, like, the same point? Yeah, hang on. Barely is. So let me put you back to 25. Audio enhancements. We've got a clip guard to prevent distortion in real time. Like, I think, like, oh, do I have audio ducking turned on or something like that while... Hang on, let me just... Wavelength stream, which is, you know, what's been loosey thing in a diggy, 76. Why are you 76%? 100%, please. And then test mode for ding. More sound settings. Communications. Reduce the volume of other sounds by 80%. Do nothing. Do nothing with the sounds. I don't want you, like, adjusting nonsense when I'm playing around like this. And then... yeah, we're not doing listening levels. It's at studio quality, which is fine. Alrighty then. Sensor mode gives him underwear? Is there a sensor mode in this? Oh my god, there's so many, like, assistances, quick turns. Oh my god, you can get, like, you know, one-shot kills. Light shifters will use taps instead of holds. Sprint is automatic. Where's the nudity? Where's the nudity option? Nudity sense can only be changed to the main menu. Wow. But yeah, we're dealing with an ugly naked guy.
Please. Can you hear me?
God damn it. Resident Fed Boy had to go and,
Already gone.
This is horrifying. Just playing as as like a balding, ugly old man. All right, I guess I'm going this way. Hopefully, I'm going the right way. I can barely see in this darkness. But I'll tell you what, this is like proper scary. When were you playing as my site director? I don't know. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck was that? Oh, okay, that's Alan. I only just started this game. Fuck. Now I have to deal with jump scares. I don't remember having to deal with scares in this game. Jesus. But yeah, so I've already played through the first Alan Wake game. I played that on stream like maybe 2 years ago or over 2 years ago. It was a pretty fun game. Wasn't Resident, no! Not my hair! Ah! Okay, cool, my hair is back. But yeah, like I played the first Alan Wake game years and years ago. It was fun. I liked the story and getting like a feel for it, and part of the reason why I already played it before streaming, but I played it again for the stream, and half the reason for it was because Alan Wake 2 was going to be released, and I wanted to play that on stream. I held off from playing Alan Wake 2 because it was, you know, quite expensive on the Epic Games Store, and, you know, fast forward to now, where the game has been out for 2 years, and I was and a part of me was like, oh, should I play new games or should I not? Like, I'm not that big of a streamer. Some people don't want to watch me play brand new games because they want to play the brand new games themselves, and I'm not attracting people to my stream with the brand new game. Like, there was all this kind of nonsense going off here and there, but, you know, after taking a break last week, I kind of decided, fuck it, I want to play Alan Wake 2. It's been 2 years, and, like, going forward, if there's an old game I want to play, I'll play that. If there's a new game I want to play, I'll play that. I'm not gonna give too much of a hoot about, you know, how old a game is or something like that. Can I sprint? I kind of can, but I'll be real with you. The guy is fairly slow. Oh. Goodness gracious, this man. This man is either a monster or a victim. Too late, I suppose. It comes up more than once. So, I'm gonna take the random guess that you've at least played this game, Resident Fed Boy. Also, why is he naked? Like, why is there a naked man just coming out of the lake? What? Nope. Oh, never mind. Go. Ah! What in the world? Uh-huh. Okay.
Where's the rest of the stuff? I need to finish this. I'm coming. What the fuck?
Who's Tammy? Okay, I needed to turn on the thing. Hang on. Don't look up there. I'm gonna need to fix this. I should have exited the game and, you know, turned on the what's Mahoozy. I didn't realize it was gonna throw you that. All right, we're no longer staring at a naked man's junk. Alan, wake! Aye. A dead naked man's junk. Yes, thank you, Izzy, for correcting me. It's not just any old man's junk. It's a dead man's.
Hey, kiddo. How are you?
I'm good, Mom. How are you?
Hey, look, Sam Lake.
This trip might take a little longer than I thought. I'm sorry I've been gone so much lately, Logan.
Oh my God, Mom, it's not your fault. People get all murdery.
People get all murdery.
Work stuff.
Right. Well, Dad and I are just watching the latest episode of Night Springs here. Mom, it's so good.
No.
I wonder if I recognize any of these names here
I'll let you
beyond
get back to
Sam
the
Lake.
show. You were supposed to wait and watch. With
I was watching like Bricky on YouTube when he talks about like the different
Work trips, Mom.
Remedy Entertainment games and what have you. I've not seen him talk about Alan Wake 2 because I didn't want any spoilers. But one of the funniest things I love that he, like, as a callback he does, is when he just has the phrase, Sam Lake, you hack. Oh, look, it's Sam Lake right over there. I know what he looks like because I've seen him on, like, television.
Logan thinks you should try cheering up.
Snarky kid.
Oh, he's called Casey in this.
That from?
Oh, look at them sipping their coffees. Can you mention control facts? Ooh. You know what? Considering I have played through Control, I won't hold it against you.
Glad you're on this case with me, Anderson.
Cookie for DJ Kotomika. Here's your cookie, DJ. Also, hi there, DJ. This just happens in
Okay.
in Washington State.
Any words of advice?
Washington State is where Twin Peaks happened, right?
Cheer anyone up.
Clay Murphy? Who the fuck is Clay Murphy? Also, once we get out of this cutscene, I'm probably gonna hit the escape button and turn back on the,
Time to get to work.
Ooh, so we're back here. So we're not in a completely new place, because Cauldron Lake was where we were in the first Alan Wake.
A deputy was supposed to be here to show us to the crime scene. There's the car, so where's the deputy?
Eaten by a bear? I'll check out that map.
Return 1. Invitation. Alright, hang on a second. Exit to main menu. And then options. Interface. Let me turn back on the nudity sensor. And then we hit continue. Dodging away from a taken slasher's charge attack at the last moment results in the enemy stumbling momentarily incapacitated. When overwhelmed by the enemy, look for a safe haven. Its healing light prevents the enemy from reaching you. Burn an enemy's darkness shield away to expose from a source point. Okay. Alright, we've already seen this.
He was supposed to be here to show us to the crime scene. There's the car, so where's the deputy?
Eaten by a bear?
027 Wisp. Okay, so we are in Washington State for Cauldron Lake. Alright, cool.
Worth.
You know, I played through the entire game and I didn't know there was a nudity sensor. You just dealt with schlong all the time. You were just like, yep, that's a penis. Oh my god, there's like... You don't see the overlay, but Epic Games has introduced achievements.
Could be our deputy.
So, like, I'm seeing, like, the little achievement thing. Instead of it being in the bottom right, instead, it's in the top center.
Quit your belly aching, Thornton. I'm up here now. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Hey, over here.
Hello there.
Onyx_Severus paid me to say Grant sexy.
Sheriff Breaker said you'd be coming by to take over the
It was wild how you just took it like that. Just wild.
Anderson?
Literally started a series purely because it takes place in your home state. Hey, Washington State. Nice.
Saga Anderson. I'll be leading this case. Seems you already know my partner.
I have, like, no family anywhere near this place. My aunt is over in California and is probably gonna move back down to Sydney, Australia. Meanwhile, my grandfather on my mom's side is all the way off in Virginia.
Federal agents right here, Thornton. My partner, Thornton, down at the crime scene. He's not what you call the sharpest axe in the shed.
Also, hi there, Masonic. One fact. In Control, you can find a piece of document that says the FBI should pick up and reboot Night Springs. Sure enough, this game opens with a young kid mending the Night Springs reboot is on. I didn't know that they were talking about a Night Springs reboot.
What can you tell us about the crime scene?
But I did know that Night Springs was something from the first Alan Wake. And it looked like it was just, you know, fun episodes. I didn't know it was stopped. But yeah, I saw that fun fact. Hang on, let me pin it.
Organs that are currently outside the victim's person when they should be, well, you know, inside.
Uh-huh. Ding. I'm just gonna pin that. Boom. You don't have to pin it? Fuck it. I'm pinning it. You know why? Because it's a good fact. You deserve things. All right? Don't be ashamed. Be proud. You know things. And plus, this is probably something you're excited about. It's just a background detail that you liked between games while you were playing Control. Look, fair enough. Like, I learned, not through the game, but through like, you know, Bricky on YouTube and like outside sources that, you know, Control, Quantum Break, and Alan Wake are all in the same universe, the quote-unquote Remedy universe. And it was like, it became more apparent when there was, I think there was some DLC that was released for Control that was more explicit about, you know, the creatures that we were dealing with in the Alan Wake series. Because I remember talking about this when I was playing through Alan Wake, but like all that SCP nonsense or the Men in Black, like that's what Control is. It's a very contained, toned down. Is that fucking AI? Hang on. Where's my thingy-madiggies? Where's my button? Is that AI? I don't think so. Wait, hang on. Top left, zoom in. All right, do not follow that man. Yeah. You literally just pulled an image off Google so you had a profile pic. Ah, fair enough. Understandable if you didn't do it yourself and you're just like, I need a fox. Is that your persona? A fox? Fox with 4 eyes. America had no government overnight. What? What? Oh, you're talking about the government shutdown. Jesus Christ.
Were there any witnesses?
Yeah, a couple out-of-towners. I wonder what they were doing sneaking around the woods at night. Not that we have anything against city folk, cried Thornton. But don't worry.
Oh! Do you see that? This location is closed to the public by order of the FBC. What do you bet that is the Federal Bureau of Control? Huh? Hang on. Enhance. Can we see the symbol? Enhance. 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 I'm having a very hard time trying to suss out what that symbol looks like. But yeah, the FBC is the Federal Bureau of Control. So basically they're the SCP if it wasn't, you know, moderated by the internet to come up with their stories.
I want to see the body. How do we get there?
Oh, sure, that's real simple. Just through the hole in the fence, down the hill towards the lake, around the old convenience store. You can't miss it. Everything's been closed since the area was fenced off. The store, the campground, all of it. They got it, Thornton.
They got it, Thornton. All right, hang on. Let me just have a closer. Oh, no. Let me back through. I need to get a closer look. Is there a way for me to get a closer? All right. No.
Before we get to the crime scene, there's time to review the facts of the case so far. Make sure I'm seeing...
Did you hear a Pepsi can? Yes. Oh my god, you can access the case port inside the Mind Palace. Is this Sherlock?
The Mind Place. My version
Oh,
of the
place.
Mind Palace technique. To sift through clues and work the case.
Oh.
Again for each case. Using each field office as a model in my head.
Crazy.
On the board. Everything we know about the previous murders.
All right.
Let's taking another look.
The case board is a mental technique that allows Saga to analyze clues and progress thingamadiggies further. You can use the thingamadiggies to move around, and then scroll wheel to what's-a-mahoozy, and then to move the cursor. You're now free to navigate or leave with escape. All right, so we have previous murder. So the Federal Bureau of Crime Investigation. A series of murders have occurred around the town of Broward Falls. Finding the connection will help find our killer. So, random paw prints. You'd rather Stephen Marfart than his greasy fingers on this. Stephen, one of these. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It's like the Mind Palace is like, you know, it's not explicitly coined by Stephen Moffat. Like, it's not his thing. But, you know, it was definitely popularized. All victims reported missing in 2010. No other commonalities. So we got Ted Lane, a dentist with stab wounds, bloating, and bruising on the wrists. So Ted Lane. Then we got Wendy Davis, teacher, body was bloated, large chest wound. Was found in Cauldron Lake, 2018. Some organs missing. Gradation. State of the body does not match 8 years spent in a lake. Uh-huh. Went missing in 2010. Discovered in 2012. And then Percy Wolf. Store owner. Bruising. Heart removed. Strange tattoos. Found 2 weeks ago. Chest wound was ruled as cause of death. Tattooing on body is ineligible. Oh, that's the guy that we were probably playing as earlier. So, alright, here we go. So we got bruising on the wrists and legs here. Some form of restraints, trap, and then died of a major chest trauma consistent with 2018's victim. Hard to confirm due to condition of body. Bloating of the corpses indicative of drowning, but only one victim was found in the water. Slight differences in murders. Bloating only commonality in bodies, but not cause of death. Chest trauma, perhaps. And then exposure to water post-mortem. So, post-mortem tattooing of the body. Murders have no discernible common traits. Chest trauma resembles an animal butchery technique. Interesting. Okay, so that's where our car is, and there's rental cabins over there, and that's our current location. So that's our map. So this must be where... So this must be a field office that she's chosen to visualize. Looks kind of cool. Oh my god, look at that. Okay, so that must have been her when she was younger. So we got caseboard over there.
I see you're already hard at work, Anderson. Close to cracking it?
We're just getting started.
All
Let's head
right.
down the hill to the crime scene.
So this is Cauldron Lake.
Fucking...
And just as it was at the end of Chapter 1 of Alan Wake, there is no, like... There's no island. There's no cabin there. Alright, so... We got a cabin up there.
Hey,
Tarps.
Casey. You putting me in charge. Why now?
Look, Anderson, you're a better detective than I am.
Ah,
Crack cases
that's
and
nice.
had the rest of us baffled. I don't want to slow you down.
Are you thinking of retiring? You know what happens to cops who say this is their last case.
Mm-hmm.
Starting fires is prohibited. Please do not feel the wide arrive. Raccoons may be cute, but they are not cuddly. Well, don't let Snack Rack learn about that. They would be very upsetties. Coach is their name in the Twitch and the Discords.
Stairs are out. You okay to jump down?
I'm not that old.
Whoa.
Nice. Cool. Ooh, Mirror Peak. The mighty mountain in the distance is no other than Mirror Peak, the iconic landmark overlooking Cauldron Lake. From the right angle, its beauty will be reflected on the calm surface of the lake, mirrored in all its inverted glory. Oh, okay, so I can just hover over this and I will be able to read the thing without trying to interpret the wear and tear. Nice. Alright. So... So that would be the Cauldron Lake campgrounds in that direction.
Not a bad place to get murdered.
I don't know, it's the middle of fucking nowhere. If I'm to be murdered, I'd rather it be in my sleep while I'm fast asleep after a long meal.
Anything around here that feels like home.
You think the local law had the sense to put up a tarp?
If they did, next coffee's on me.
Can I make it, Mulligan?
Alright. Did they put a tarp on the guy?
Hey!
Deputy Thornton, I take it.
That's me, at your service, ready to get this case solved. Now the body's behind the store. Come on, I'll show you.
Mm-hmm.
So, FBI, huh?
Yes, sir.
So cool.
Did they say if she's a special agent or is just an investigator? I honestly do not remember. Hang on. They didn't say.
What? Those are real? You guys hiring?
Oh, time passes when we're in the Mind Palace.
Let's see this body, shall we?
Witch's ladle and witch hut. So which ladle and which hut? Nothing to be read from these things. Oh, this is a little more familiar now. So we must have, so our victim, like we were playing as the victim in the previous moment, but yeah, they were coming in from down there before we doubled back. So, all right, let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Now this is the scene of the crime.
Okay, cool. They've given us underpants.
And we didn't touch nothing, you know, procedures and stuff.
Thanks, Deputy.
No tarp. You owe me a coffee.
Okay, let's start by examining our guest of honor. Does this fit the MO of the previous murders? Body is positioned on the table. Ritualistic.
You've unlocked your first key image. You can place it on the caseboard inside the Mind Palace. Alright, C allows Saga to see active clues. The key items can be selected with and placed on the clue board. Alright.
Another body turns up just as we arrive in town.
Mm-hmm.
Coincidence?
Place key images on the board begins a new line of investigations. Okay. So murder at the Cauldron Lake. Another body has been found in the woods near Bright Falls. Perfect timing. Need to see if this is linked to the killings we're here to investigate. Consistent with previous murders? Question mark? It will prompt a new question. Goals can be with control. Investigate the crime scene. Alright. Visiting the Mind Place does not pause the game, so be mindful of nearby threats.
Corpse.
Alright, let's have a look.
The killer left the heart right next to the body. Bruising on the wrist from the cargo straps holding him down. Incised stab wound. Chest cut open. Heart removed.
And this guy is fat as fuck. Alright. Hello? Let me... Never mind, then. Alright. New leaders can be placed on the open question. Oh, on the open question. Yep, cool.
Heart removed from chest. Strapped by the wrists. Definitely matches the previous murders. But this time the heart and the straps were left behind. More clues to work with. This makes 4 murders that we know about.
Clues have resolved the open questions and unlock a deduction. As you advance, the new questions will be unlocked, updating your goals. Alright. You can check goals, so learn more about the victim and the killers. Alright.
Who is our victim? Who killed him? Need to find more clues. Multiple people were here. Multiple killers? Large amount of blood on the table.
So he was
The victim
killed
died
here. Unrelated, most likely.
Any idea who the victim is?
Oh, I sure do. His name is Nightingale. He was FBI. He came to town about 13 years ago.
Hi there, Icy!
Until now.
Nightingale. Robert Nightingale?
Oh, yes. You probably knew him. Brothers in arms. Oh, and sisters.
Okay, so... Alright, so, Nightingale was from the first Alan Wake game. This guy, like, he was in the pages and what have you, and for whatever reason, he was, like, hell-bent on catching Alan Wake for whatever reason, but was very quick to anger and what have you. And, yeah, so... I don't remember him being that fat, first and foremost. That's the first thing that pops up in my head. Secondly, as well... In the events of Alan Wake, he got Alan Wake in prison or something like that, and then at one point he was like, wait, hang on, I've read this before. So, like, he was aware of the pages, and he had the one page where it was like, oh, he got pulled in the night or something like that. So, the darkness caught him. Like, the darkness grabbed him in the middle of the night or something like that and pulled him outside. So, he somehow got out from wherever the darkness was, which in this case must have been from the lake. Hence the bloating and what have you and coming out from there. So, let's have a look.
Someone was drinking beer. They spent time here, waiting. Someone left in a hurry. Knocked the tripod over. Was it for a camera?
Possibly, but there's no camera there.
Give me that
So
leg,
you knew
boy.
Al picked him.
Well, I didn't recognize
You can't get my leg.
current state, but yeah, I ran into him a few times at Quantico. Never worked any cases together. After his partner got killed in the field, he went off the deep end. Got the boot pretty quick after that.
So
Wait.
what happened to Nightingale after the Bureau let him go?
I only know the rumors. Depression led to booze, booze led to paranoia.
So we would have gotten him after the
Wild ideas
booze.
in his head, chased ghosts until he fell off the map. Guess he ended up here,
I bet there's more to that story.
but no happy ending.
Cool.
Nightingale went missing 13 years ago, 2010.
The same as all the other victims.
Certainly fits the pattern. Makes me wonder what was going on that year.
Probably something this town wants to forget.
It was during Deer Fest. Alright, hang on. Let's...
I think that's everything. For now, at least.
Mm-hmm. Anything clicking yet?
Not sure. Was he killed here, or brought here after? For display.
Alright, so... Alright, so the victim is Thornton. And then we have... Actually, no, hang on. So, footprints.
Oh, I sure do. His name is Nightingale. He was FBI. 13 years ago. I haven't heard a word about...
Robert Nightingale, ex-FBI, came to Bright Falls 13 years ago. Boot prints indicating multiple killers. Quite the party.
There we go. So we can't, like, accidentally put, you know, thingy-majiggies down.
Passing the time with equipment ready. They were waiting for him. But why Nightingale?
For context, the word agent in U.S. federal departments is synonymous with employee. Special agent is reserved for law enforcement officers in the department. However, non-Leo personnel can and do participate in investigations for certain positions such as...
Get into the subject's head. See what they saw.
Hang on, I'm just need
Feel
to...
what they felt.
What's LEO?
Use whatever I know about them to guide my intuition to a revelation.
Specifically, staff and consultant. A consultant working a case with a special agent would commonly be called investigator. Okay. You tried your hand at Omega? Not yet. So. Let me see if... case board, profiling. Okay, so it doesn't give us, like, her name or anything like that to review. You can use profiling inside Saga's mind to place in the mind place to get inside the head of suspected victims. So...
Agent Nightingale has been MIA for 13 years. How did he end up here?
from the lake that's not a lake. It's dark.
How do we get these details?
There too. You are not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise.
Hi there, Goldie.
Robert Nightingale came from the lake before his murder. Nightingale was chosen as the victim. Why?
Flick the switch. It goes click. Lights are off. But somebody's home. Somebody's home.
This wasn't some random act of violence. This was a ritual. And Nightingale a component.
Why does she have these thoughts in her head?
More like a container for something.
Oh, Leo is law enforcement officer. Okay, cool. So he came from Cauldron Lake. I can feel that Nightingale came from the lake, but why now, after 13 years? So this is... So we're at the murder site there. We can't go in through there. God damn, this map is huge.
The lake is connected to Nightingale somehow. Casey, let's take a look down by the lake. Lead the way.
Sounds good. This way.
At some point, I'll get through Omega, don't get me wrong.
I'll just wait here.
Can we ask you any follow-up questions? No, we cannot. Alrighty. Now, if...
This is one of your hunches, Anderson? Did something happen at the lake?
I think Nightingale came up from that direction. From the lake. Probably looking for shelter. Safety. They were waiting for him.
When you're ready, I'd love to hear what you put together so far.
Sure. It's not that complicated. Nightingale was out in the woods alone at night, possibly nude. The killers knew he was here, ambushed him, dragged him to the campgrounds, strapped him to the table, cut his heart out. But then they were interrupted by those witnesses, the Bookers. The job is unfinished. A witch with no heart. A strange echo of Al murder.
Ooh.
I didn't know trees got that.
She looks familiar.
Gives me the creeps.
There is no mystery in Cauldron Lake being named after its cauldron shape, and yet there are many mysterious stories about the lake, it being a gloomy doorway to the underworld, or of a witch whose cauldron the lake really was. The legend tells that when the affections of a local sheriff went unanswered, he accused the lady in question of having bewitched him. She was drowned, but her dropped ladle grew into a strange tree called Witch's Ladle. The woman returned to avenge her wrongdoers. If she was not a witch before, she was one now. She killed the sheriff, drowning him in the lake. Then she took out his heart and locked it in a box. With the heart, she would summon him from the lake to extract revenge on her behalf. Or so legend goes. She looks that old lady looks a little familiar to me. Like, she reminds me of the lady that was the quote-unquote the darkness back in the first Alan Wake game. Oh, hello.
There's a piece of paper on the ground.
Ooh. The virtue... Come on, read. You can read that. Why won't you let me read that?
Tracks. Barefoot.
Let me pick up the paper, please. I love how well they got the feeling of this region down. I have no idea what this region is supposed to feel like, so you'll need to tell me if something is off once we come across it.
A page full of text on one side. Not a printout. Written with a typewriter. Old school.
This must be one of the pages.
Lines stretched out and edits added with a pen.
Yep.
Like a manuscript. Page of a story.
A draft.
Killer left a message.
Maybe not the killer, but...
It's for us.
Potentially.
The text is about us.
What?
The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale.
Alright, so Robert Nightingale was suspect.
The first step down into terrifying depths.
Okay.
Reading the words. These words felt like a message.
Ooh.
Someone knew they were here. Someone playing a game with them. An invitation. How could they not accept, even if they knew it would end up hurting them?
Interesting. So this is one of Alan's transcripts.
Playing a sick game with us.
You were right. This is right up my alley. Nightingale came this way. Either he dropped this page, or the killers left it for us.
Oh, hello.
This mug always cheers me up.
Not the worst mom. Nice. And then we got new profilings.
We found a page in the woods. A story about these events.
You gotta head back to work, have fun. Not to worry, Blue. Thank you so much for dropping in real quick.
Carry his words close to my chest now. Inside, the awful truth. You must dig it out.
Something was put inside him. In his chest. I must find out what.
Okay, here we go. So, the victim was one of their own, FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale, gone missing here 13 years ago. Now he had suddenly turned up, only to be murdered in a brutal and bloody ritual on the very day of their arrival. And then there was the page. This page. The first page they had found, not the last. The first step down into terrifying depths. Secret truths trembling beyond the threshold. Reading the words, these words, felt like a message was a message. So, felt like a message was a message. Someone knew they were here, what they were doing. Someone playing a game with them, leading them on. And an invitation? How could they not accept? The sheer audacity of this impossible mystery presented to them, even if they knew it would end up hurting them. Nice.
I think he came from the lake. But his tracks make no sense. Found all I can here. Time to properly examine the body. See what I can find inside.
Yep. Learning all I can. Need to get back to town to examine this thing.
Casey, I think something's been put inside Nightingale's body. Let's tell the deputies to get the body to the town morgue.
Okay.
I'm gonna go check something out. Be right back.
Got it.
Can't go any further. Water's too deep.
Darn. So... Alright. Looks like we can explore a little bit. That's good.
I'll be back in a second.
Roger.
The Witch's Hut. Here lived the Witch of Cauldron Lake. Beware, her spirit may haunt this place. Ooh. Spooky. Bro. Can't see shit. Nothing important here that I can tell. But it looks like there's a pathway back, so I can check that later. Oh, hello. Friday. Midge told me today that her family moving away. This sucks. I haven't even told her that I like her yet. What's the point anymore? She said her parents want to get better jobs and get her to a better school in a big city. I guess that's fair. Who wants to stay in Bright fucking Falls? Sunday. So I told her. She said thanks. Fucking kill me. I snuck out Yeah, I snuck out late last night, went to the big house by the lake, instead of just watching it from here like I always do, instead of just sitting around like I always do. Screw that. Anyway, something weird is going on down here. I'm going to find out what's going on. Going to go back there tomorrow with better gear. I bet I can find a way inside the building. Take those. It'll be epic. Cool. Nice. Batteries. And that's about it.
Is that a kid's lunchbox? An Alex Casey movie lunchbox. Casey hates the endless jokes about coincidentally having the same name as a fake detective.
Alex Casey is what's-a-mahoozies, Alan's character. I know things can get a little crazy around here. If you're ever feeling scared, just remember that Alan is watching over us. Who the fuck is Alan? And then there's manuscripts can be used to upgrade weapons in the what? Oh, I need more. Okay, so fragments are like broken up. So we're not like trying to fix the manuscript thingies then. I thought we were gonna get pieces of manuscript and then put it the painted rocks. What do they mean? I don't have an understanding.
Well, this entire area is inside a caldera.
The fuck is a caldera?
This whole mountain used to be an active volcano.
Oh.
Imagine the force it took to carve this crater out of the earth. Calderas are pretty rare, so be sure to take it in.
So, essentially, we're standing in the gaping maw of hell.
You got it. I used to love geology when I was in school.
Okay, we can't go any further.
Great baking soda volcano for her science fair.
Cheating on a science fair? That's almost a crime, Anderson.
I'm not gonna say no to quality time with a volcano. I mean, my daughter.
So yeah, I'm guessing the painted rocks is just like a fun pastime. And why the fuck is there a phone booth here? Hi, Wild Saber. Yes, I am alive. Why would I not be alive? What? Like, I'm here in Australia. Nothing happens in Australia.
Seems like a nice town so far. Murders aside. Pretty woods. Cute lodge we got set up in. We should go for a hike if we get a chance.
Now you're just being mean, Anderson.
Deputies aren't exactly up to the task, but hopefully the sheriff will be more helpful.
Not a surprise about the deputies. Doubt they see much stuff this gruesome.
Mortar Falls. This powerful feat of nature will revive the spirit as it does the surrounding nature. The churning, grinding waters at the bottom of the falls resembles a mortar and pestle, quite like the one the Witch of the Cauldron Lake is fabled to have used to travel through the night sky. Gotta say nothing about theming.
A lunchbox again.
Oh, look, more painted rocks.
Out here.
My dad used to say, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Not sure where the tough get going to, but maybe you'll find it inspiring. So, what is the point of the painted rocks? The painted rocks and knitted sweater rocks was a little cultural thing in the Pacific Northwest. Little left over from the heavy Laplander influence. Laplander? The fuck? Ah, interesting. Okay, so maybe anytime we see the painted or knitted rocks, maybe that's an indicator of like a clue or, you know, a secret nearby. You never know, you could have joined the Legion of the Damned. Pfft, I ain't gonna join a cult. I'm a furry. What the fuck are they gonna try and convince me is worth doing? Alright. Oh, okay, so I already went to the point of interest there. Actually, you know what? Hang on, let me double... You can quickly access the map without entering the main palace with M. Yep. Hang on a second, let me just double back and make sure I wasn't missing anything from the point of interest. you was gonna say about the witch reference, but remember the lady's name from the first game? I'm trying to remember her name, honestly. Like, you're talking about, like, the lady that was, that gave us the keys to the lodge that was in the middle of the lake before the middle of the lake disappeared on us. Alright, so I need to go to the witch's hut and then... Barbara Jagger. Thank you. I'll remember that. Barbara Jagger.
Hey, Casey. What?
One case without the...
A triangle. Yes, you do.
Did you get lost, Anderson?
I think I saw something. It'll only take a minute.
I'll wait here.
He doesn't like the fact that we're, you know, just fucking about. Anything else? And then there's just this. We've already looked at that. But I don't think there's anything else here. We've already opened up that box. And that's it. Okay. Because that's... Yeah, that's where we... Yeah, point of interest. Done.
Welcome back, Anderson.
Did you see it?
What did I miss? Casey hates nature. He likes the city better. Yeah, fair enough. When fighting a character that does just nature, how much more elaborate do we have to get through this fight? We haven't even gotten into a fight yet. We're just exploring the what was it called? The Pacific Northwest.
I hope you didn't get stuck in any of those big puddles. Crazy flooding down there, huh? Just like I said.
Deputy, I want the body taken back to town for a proper examination ASAP.
Well, sure, but the coroner won't be back in town for another week after Deerfest.
Not a problem. I'll do it myself.
Amazing, they still have deer faces.
They've got the Bookers at the Oh Deer Diner in town. Oh, and I've got a key to the gate. It's a shortcut back to the parking lot just up the hill.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's get the car, drive to Bright Falls, and talk to these witnesses, the Bookers.
Alright, cool. So...
Sounds good.
Shortcut key. Here we go. And up the hill we go. The rocks are just a thing from Sam Jarvie being Finnish. Fair enough. But you know I am now going to keep an eye on painted rocks and what have you. I'm going to, if I see one, I'm just going to be like, whoop, and, you know, zone in on it and just be like, right, let's have a look. Oh, hello. What's this? Ah! Another painted...
There's another lunchbox.
We're all in this together, hero. Have a heroic day. More manuscript fragments. Alright, Station 11. Do not touch. This station is the property of the FBC, the Federal Bureau of Control. I knew it. Alright. Smaller U.S. towns, especially coastal towns, have a lot of silly festivals. Yeah, like Deerfest. They had Deerfest in the first game as well.
Can't get the clues all together yet. Heart removed, tripod, tracks leading to a dead end.
A tripod for a camera?
Looks like.
To record a Snuff film?
Maybe. And why take out his heart just to throw it away?
To stuff in something for us to find.
There we go. Cauldron Lake. Be careful of steep thingamadiggies.
The Federal Bureau of Control? That's a new one. Toxic.
The FBC is an obscure branch. Only shows up for unusual cases.
You know
Well, what's
more.
so unusual about volcanic gas?
Beats me.
You know I'm gonna take detours here, Sam. Never mind, that was a waste. That was a waste of a detour.
Here we are. Let's drive back to town and meet the sheriff at the diner.
Alright, off to Bright Falls we go. You remember Foxfest in Omak like 2 decades
I
ago?
can't get that manuscript page out of
Nice.
my head. I've never seen killers reach out so directly before.
Damn impressive work so far. With your technique, these hunches were moving fast.
I wasn't sure about taking a case so far from home, but I'm thrilled to be here for this mystery.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so she's not a native to Washington from the sounds of it.
By the lodge to get anything from the field office?
No, I'm all set.
I'll park there anyway. I want to walk to the diner, get a feel for the town.
Cool, cool, cool. Is a podunk nothing town in north central Washington? Fair. I have... So, fun fact, never lived in the States. Even though I have, like, family, like, extended family, like...
Shouldn't keep the sheriff and our witnesses waiting.
Insanely painterly scene. Insanely so. But yeah, like, even though I've never lived in the States, I have, like, extended family that live across North America. Like, you know, Virginia, California, and then I got, like, a whole ton of, like, extended relatives over in Canada around, I had, like, a text file of, like, you know, some of the different family that my grandfather, my mom's side, I'd, like, had, because they, like, you know, Lake McLean or something like that, or some random thing. So, yeah, it was pretty cool, well, like, learning about all of them. But yeah, never lived in, you know, anything like this. I've lived, like, in expat compounds in the Middle East or, you know, Brisbane. Like, I've never lived in, like, you know, Americana towns. It's always been, like, suburbs. Norman, Rockwellville? Yeah.
I need bolt cutters.
Lol. Not, oh, I need a key to the lock. It's, I need bolt cutters. Just... Cool bicycle. Another locked door. Oh, that one doesn't need bolt cutters, though. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, hello. Kids of all ages can celebrate Deer Fest at the Happy Harvest, located at Tamisto Farms. Just a 10-minute drive out of town. Bright Falls, 81st Deer Fest. Oh no, there's a missing dog. And a lost cat. Fuck the cat. Ooh, hello. The historic Elderwood Palace Lodge of Bright Falls. This building was constructed as part one of the early settlers in the greater Bright Falls area. Built in 1898, the building has been both in private and public use through the years and has bravely stood the test of time. In 2015, it was carefully taken apart and relocated here in downtown Bright Falls, where it was rebuilt into its original glory log by log. The Elderwood Palace Lodge reopened in Bright Falls in 2016 and has served its customers faithfully ever since. That's kind of cool.
So sleepy. Just a few more days.
And then there's the Bright Falls map. Just having a little look around, don't mind me, but Jesus Christ, is it dark. Huh. Interesting. Okay, this must be our lodge then. Oh my god, the reflections are a bit... I guess they want me to have, like, RT, like, ray tracing in order to do the mirrors. Oh! Morse, hi! Welcome! Welcome, welcome! Happy October! Welcome to the stream, everyone! My name is Grand. I'm a variety... What do you mean that was the tutorial? We have only just gotten through the first part of Alan Wake 2! Be warned, if you have not played Alan Wake 2... Go into your options, go into interface, and turn on censorship. Because if you don't, you're gonna get an old man penis in your face during one of the cutscenes very early on. How was the Void Stranger? I'm gonna take the wild guess that Void Stranger had you go through a shit ton of content, and it was all in the tutorial stage so far. Also, hi there, Lord Secret Spy. Welcome to the stream. Hey, buddy. So yeah, right now we're playing as an FBI. I can't remember if she's like a special agent or an agent. The resident Fed in our chat says that there is a difference between, you know, agents and special agents. So you got to be mindful of that.
Hi.
Hello. Oh dear, diner. Why is there two of them?
Have you had today, Charlie? Don't know, don't care.
Come get percolated.
You had. Not enough. That's how much. Never enough coffee. Oh, rich, bittersweet nectar. Get it in coffee world. Get it where you can.
Not to toot my own horn, but I am pretty darn sure my... I mean our
float
will be the belle of the ball at this year's Deer Fest.
This is just kind of quaint. I like this.
This is my first Deer Fest, so I don't know what to expect. It is the finest entertainment. Let me guess. The FBI. Welcome to Bright Falls.
It's nice to have you here. I got you both some coffee. Oh, it's Washington's finest.
You look familiar.
Nice to meet you, Sheriff. I'm set for coffee.
You know, I wouldn't say no to another.
What is this, Grinder? Nah.
This is Agent Alex Casey.
Okay, so she's agent.
And let me just say, I'm happy you two are here. Frankly, we could use the help.
So she's just normal. She's just a normal agent. She's not a special agent or anything like that. What was that you were... I'm going to have to scroll back up for your explanation about the thing. So the word agent in the U.S. federal department is synonymous with employee. So agent is synonymous with employee. The term special agent is reserved for law enforcement officers in the department. However, non-law enforcement officer personnel can and do participate in investigations for certain positions such as forensics and specialty staff / consultants. A consultant working a case with a special agent would commonly be called an investigator. Okay, so she's not a special agent. She's just agent. Without giving too much away, I reached a big checkpoint that's maybe not even halfway through the game after thinking I was nearing the end.
Your deputy said you had a couple of witnesses here.
They made them sound like suspects.
Mulligan and Thornton are still on about that? No, the Bookers don't strike me as the murdering type, but you can decide for yourselves.
He sounds like the dude from the cover of the...
Coffee and pie to calm their nerves.
What's Mahoozy? Quantum Break. He sounds like the guy that's in the show The Rookie. I just can't remember the name of the actor.
Look through the case files you sent over, Sheriff. Have you had many people besides the known victims go missing?
Sure. But it's slowed down ever since Cauldron Lake was fenced off.
Let me guess. Missing person cases spiked around 2010. The fence was built just after.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right.
Can't believe that happened. still feel like I'm gonna be sick.
Come on, Ed. Have some pie. I'll take your mind off things.
Okay.
Hey, how's it going?
The jukebox is out of order. The poor old thing can only take so much of the same song being played over and over and over. I'm as big a fan of Coconut as the next person, but come on! She may still be a secret agent, but not everyone uses the full title. Alright, okay. And then... just pure fucking dark. Oh, hello.
Hey there, Mr. Deer. You remind me of a dream I had.
Nice. Although it's weird that there's just a random deer in this like place. And then got an exit.
Can't open this with my bare hands.
All right, let's go talk to the Bookers.
Excuse me. I'm Agent Saga Anderson. Are you the Bookers?
That's us. I'm Tammy, and he's Ed.
Hello, officer.
Just Saga is fine, Ed.
So, are we being charged with anything? Because if not, we'd love to get...
Expat compounds. What?
After what we saw.
Oh, so...
Screw into pillows, that kind of thing.
So, okay. So, expat means... So, you probably are aware of this, but for those in chat that aren't aware, I probably could have been seen as a quote-unquote immigrant in Dubai and Iran, but for whatever reason, the Americans, when going into foreign countries, don't call themselves immigrants. They call themselves expats, expatriates. So, and when you're like, you know, when we were off in the Middle East, so like Iran and Dubai, we were in a suburb where all our neighbors were also expats. So it was one of those cases of like, I think our home was like, you know, explicitly like there was walls between, you know, the street and our front lawn and what have you, and the garage and what have you. So we were walled off and what have you. We went to and you know, the next door neighbors, theirs too was walled off and such. But I think the neighbor after that, while they were walled off, like up the front and what have you, they weren't walled off on the back. So there was sort of like this center place where you know, other people would get to the back place and such like that, but you had to have had a residence there as well. So that's the best way I can describe it. If you're there for work, not to immigrate, that's an expat. Yeah, that. So, yeah, because we were only there for like a couple of years and what have you. I think we were there since 1994, and then we got out in 2001 for, you know, reasons.
We're not charging you. I just have a few questions. Nothing to stress about, okay? So what did you see in the woods?
This naked dude came out of the lake, and he was acting crazy, shouting weird shit at us. He must have been on something.
Unless skinny dipping at dawn is a thing around here.
Then we heard shooting. We ran into these psychos in deer masks.
Ooh.
They were tearing into the naked guy with knives, like some kind of satanic cult. And then we bolted and called the cops.
What were you doing at Cauldron Lake last night?
I'm a writer. True crime. We're here from New York, doing some research on a famous novelist, Alan Wake, who went missing here. Details. Perfectly legal.
What makes you say it was a cult?
The masks and knives aren't enough.
They were shouting, "Cult of the tree, the cult of the tree, cult of the tree." Oh, and then we found out. The whole thing was terrifying.
What aren't you telling us? All right, hang on. So, oh, hello.
The Mile High Strangler case. Proud of that one.
All right, so Certificate of Meritorious Achievement to Agent Saga Anderson. 2019, August 8th. the supervisory special agent was Stacy Morrow. Okay, so yeah, so they were, and we've only got the one manuscript page so far, and so we got a radio. Top.
That concludes our debate on whether pet.
Hang on. So, and then we've got
My first ever prank on Casey. A true classic.
swapping out the salt for sugar, I imagine. And then we've got weapons upgrades there.
Casey's favorite brand. Tastes terrible.
Yep, cool, cool. All right, let's go to the profiling. So, the Bookers.
The cult of the tree. What are the Bookers telling me?
I found their necklace. The symbol is 2 triangles.
The cult wants their spruce tree bag, Tammy.
Finders keepers, Ed. My publisher will want this on the cover.
Tammy found something. A necklace belonging to one of the cultists.
Okay, once again, how did we get to that conclusion?
Why?
The fence was built to hide what's there. They say the rider fell in the lake.
Private party. No trespassing.
My book has questions.
Oh.
Past the bolt cutters.
They broke in for the sake of Tammy's book.
Okay.
To do with a murder.
So how did you... So how did you know these things? I do not remember them having the cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky.
Did you see it?
Like, how? How are you getting that information, woman? Also, we got a new map, so... Points of interest there. And then, all right. So the Alex Casey lunchbox.
Finding a Casey movie lunchbox.
Why would you do this to me, Sky? You came to say hi before bed. Hi. All right. So we got found near the witch's hut at Cauldron Lake. So that was...
Makes sense.
Another one at Cauldron Lake. And a third one at Cauldron Lake. So there might be more in the Bright Falls area as well. And then... Alright, previous murder. Hey! Ow! Ow, 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 ow!
Old man.
Ah! Thank you for the 400 bits, though. It was revealed. What do you mean it was revealed? The Bookers described multiple attackers wearing deer masks, chanting and tearing into the... So we got that.
We're dealing with an organized group of killers, not a lone serial killer.
And then we got the Cult of the Tree.
I need to know more about the Cult of the Tree if I'm going to shut them down.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for the 400 bits. I greatly appreciate it. It will be revealed. Oh, okay. So we got cultists wearing deer masks. If they're hiding their faces, they aren't established enough to operate openly. Connection to Deerfest, perhaps? And then we need cult goals.
So you found something there, right? A necklace these cultists may have dropped.
Okay. Wow. How did you put that together?
It's evidence. You need to hand it over.
Told you not to keep that thing, Timmy.
There we go. Still doesn't explain.
Do me a favor. Stick around.
Rose!
Like we'd even dream of missing Deerfest.
Oh, God. Saga Anderson. As I live and breathe.
It is the same.
Never see you back here after that awful, awful thing happened to your baby girl.
What?
How are you? I'm sorry. Who are you? I don't know what you're talking about. It's me, silly. Rose. You know me.
I don't think I do.
And what horrible thing happened to my baby girl? She drowned. Your daughter. That's so weird. You don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what this is. You're blocking out your traumatic memories. Happens on TV all the time. No. You're mistaking me for someone else.
She just used her full name. Like, she said Saga Anderson. But what's more is Rose was, like, in the first Alan Wake game, and she was infatuated with Alan Wake at the time as well. Like, can we ask more questions? Hang on. Can I get more questions from you?
So, Rose, help me out. How do you think we know each other?
We all know each other around here.
Questions about the... There is a phrase I love using and that some people in chat might know about.
Just have one of those faces.
Questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game.
Seen anything out of the ordinary in town lately? Suspicious people in deer masks?
No one's suspicious. But soon enough, there'll be lots of happy people wearing deer masks for Deerfest. Practically everyone will be wearing one.
Good to know.
Okay.
Hello.
All set? My guys have Nightingale at the morgue if you're ready to go take a look.
Let's go. Well, Casey, I got a lead. Looks like we're dealing with a cult. The cult of the tree.
A murder cult.
Have you heard of this cult of the tree, Sheriff?
Hello, janitor.
If you're in the woods at night, the cult will get
Okay, you're not related to the janitor from Control then.
We're not gonna find out you're the Grand Wizard or something, are we?
I played some D&D back in the day. Wizard was always my favorite class.
No, he's not talking about that kind of wizard. Be very mindful, because something that I was like, you know, wasn't aware of until I saw Black Klansman. There is an entirely different meaning if some American looks at you suspiciously and is like, "Are you a wizard?" They're not talking about a D&D wizard. They're talking about, like, you know, dudes in white cloaks wizards.
Ah, morning, Ted.
To quote myself, it will be revealed.
Deerfest. Always draws a crowd, right?
Too true. More the merrier. Have a good one, Sheriff.
Excuse me.
Hey, what do you know about that waitress from the diner?
Rose? Yeah, she's a bit of a space case. And always has been.
Space case?
Why? What'd she do now?
She kept saying that my daughter drowned. She even knew my name. It was all very weird.
Rose has a talent for saying the weirdest thing possible. But it's best not to take it personally.
What? You're gonna need to give me more information there.
Hey, boss. Corpse is downstairs ready to go.
Yep, in the morgue, all prepped.
I'd like to take a closer look as soon as possible. Lead the way, Sheriff.
Alright.
Oh, this is the Bright Falls Sheriff Station. Anything you need, just let us know.
We appreciate the support, Sheriff.
I'll be right with you, sir.
Yep. Just here to pay my ticket. Whenever you're ready.
Kill the Joe, make some mo. This is the third time this week I came in for late shift and there's no coffee in the machine. You take the last cup, you brew a new batch. Chet, I hate to break it to you, but you need to have a face capable of growing a beard to make effective use of beard oil. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me go down to the bottom. The annual event you've all been eagerly awaiting is upon us again. The Community Outreach Barbecue. Now, I don't want to hear any grumbling. This is a valuable opportunity to connect with the community. Statistics show that officers who are well integrated with the communities they serve see lower instances of violent crime in their precincts and are more effective in their policing and have better overall mental wellness. This is for your benefit, so take it seriously. Thank you, Tim. The front desk commuter and admin emails are not to be used for personal quarrels or other unofficial business. And remember to wash your coffee mugs. Since my numerous friendly reminders about not having personal packages delivered to the station have gone unheeded, from here on out, if you're seen fit to send something to the station, I will see fit to announce to the station what you have received. Is it a federal offense to open someone's mail? Yes, it is. Is it a personal offense that I need to share my desk space with your late-night impulse buys? Yes, it is. You have been warned. Admin. P.S. Officer Lightfoot, your beard oil is ready for pickup. I knew Marco's beard was too soft to be natural. What brand is he using, Lucy? Chet, I hate to break it to you, but need to have a face capable of growing a beard to make effective use of beard oil. Lol. Hilarious. I love how we're just going in here grabbing shit. Like, you don't have a problem with this at all, Sheriff? Cool. Alright, so there's you.
Agent?
Thank you. Don't mind me as I check your drawers. Just, you know, silly inspections. Don't mind me.
As you know, the investigation is being taken over by the federal agents. Sheriff Breaker wants us to cooperate fully.
Oh dear. I am a tourist, and it appears that I'm lost in the woods. Only had a tour guide, also. It's bear season.
Jocko.
Oh no, a bear.
Oh no, a bear.
Help. Did somebody call for a tour guide? Oh wow. Koskela Brothers Adventure Tours. Unforgettable tour experiences at affordable prices. That's right. I'm Ilmo Koskela, voted best coffee roaster / tour guide by Coffee World magazine. And I'm here to give you a tour of a lifetime. But Ilmo, I've heard the government has seized and restricted access to many local nature attractions. That is true, young. Many local attractions have recently become fenced off by the government. And that's why at Koskela Brothers Adventure Tours, we say, fuck the government. Bolt cutter. Oh, wow. You think of everything. And
I feel like that's highly illegal.
hiking through the scenic Elderwood National Park. Fishing in the crystal clear waters of Brightful.
Not a real fish.
Bird watching at majestic Mirror Peak. The tour of a lifetime is just one phone call away. Book now to get a 9% discount on this limited edition Oh Dear Diner coffee thermos.
Good for you. That bottom email isn't wrong. Oh, the like, you know, the community outreach and such. Yeah, no, I definitely believe that. Like, okay, so hang on. It was tempting not to go into it, but fuck it, let's get into it. It would be very important for, you know, if you are going to be, you know, interacting with the community and helping support the community during times of crises that are not violent in nature, you should probably be familiar with the community and interacting with— No! Orihime! No! Not my shirt! No! Ah! I have yet to fix this thing so the nipples are showing. It's Tatsu. Oh. Oh! You changed the name! When people do that, I'm gonna put a nickname to you. Hang on. Can I put a nickname to you? Hang on. I'll see if I can do a nickname. If I right click, nope, can't do anything. Oh, nope, that's starting to play things. All right, hang on. Is there a way for me to put a nickname on you? Messages. Nope, that just opens that thingy-majiggy there. No, we don't want to block. We don't want to do mod comments. Gosh darn it. I'm just gonna have to remember that you're Tatsu. Easy way to remember it. You're always orange. Excellent. Good to hear. These kind of cheesy and super poorly made commercials are a small town thing, but unrestricted transmission in the VHF range is also illegal. Noted. Ford Cream Crown, late 70s model, not updated in 50 years. But yeah, so like I'm very much subscribed. Like one of the things of, like, you know, police work and all that kind of nonsense is that, like, at least what's being shown and reported in the United States is that way more of the police is getting thrown into, like, oh, learning, you know, how to deal with terrorism threats, violent island assaults, and all this kind of nonsense, and all these like gun training and such, as if the assailant is going to be violent and such, which is not great. Because now you're having the police officers prepped for violence and thinking that, like, you know, the one tool in their toolbox is a gun, which isn't too great. So having, like, you know, the sheriff in this regard being like, hey, let's do a barbecue. Let's, you know, interact with the community. I think with him doing that, he's obviously trying to bridge the gap between, you know, police officers licensed to shoot with, you know, the community who need to go to the police officers for things. But they kind of want to go to them with the confidence of, hey, I know this officer. He ain't gonna be shady. He ain't gonna shoot my husband because he's decided to be on a drunken tirade.
So we share a morgue with the funeral home next door. It's a shoestring budget.
Noted.
I guess you guys don't have that problem, though. Our only coroner rotates between a few other towns, and he's away this week. But you can handle this, right?
I'm qualified to perform examinations. Yes.
Oh, nice. Good for her. Also, we're going through Alan Wake 2, because this game's been out for like 2 years, and I kept telling myself at some point I'll play it in the future, and now I'm able to.
Something about morgues. They always cheer me up.
Cannot see shit. I definitely need a flashlight. But they have not given me a flashlight yet.
Okay. Let's take a look at our patient.
All right.
I'll start with the external inspection before performing the internal examination.
So yeah, so if we didn't have sensor turned on, this guy's schlong would just be sticking at.
What other clues can the body give me? The body shows signs of being submerged in water post-mortem. It doesn't add up.
Yeah, but the thing is that he wasn't this bloated, was he, when we...
This looks like text. A tattoo?
Nightingale didn't strike me as a tattoo guy.
And I don't think he had them either.
Defensive wounds. He put up a fight.
There's writing on here.
Ooh, okay.
Can't make it out.
Writing?
Interesting.
How did they manage that?
I don't think it was the cult that did that.
They did leave something inside his chest.
So there's the cult symbol. And then we've got, back at the murder of Cauldron Lake, we've got... There we go.
Time to see what Nightingale's body can tell us.
Anything to learn from the body. So, first and foremost, chest cavity ripped open. Something is visibly in there. Illegible writing on the body. Defensive wounds. Nope. Yep, defensive wounds. Smudged writing under the victim's skin.
Text is smudged. Looks inverted. Heart can't have been marked before removal.
Bloating of joints.
There's definitely something in his
There we go.
Did the
Body bloat's pretty large when they start to decompose, but if the chest cavity is that poorly sealed, he wouldn't be able to bloat that much. Yeah. What's more, he wasn't that bloated as well when we were moving him around and such, so it was definitely like a post-mortem thing that he was like, you know, boom. Cause of bloating is unknown. Strange tattoos on skin and heart. Something was inserted into the chest cavity. All right, let's look on the inside. What did they find? Ugh. Oh, it's another manuscript.
It's the same type of page we found at Cauldron Lake.
Uh-huh.
Nightingale hunted Saga. Didn't see her. The Taken could not see into bright light. Light hurt them, made them vulnerable. Nightingale had no heart, but here he was, killing.
Huh.
Someone's created a fucked up fantasy about us.
Hey, hold on. we found these kinds of pages.
Ooh.
I didn't think they were relevant to this case. I have them right here.
How many manuscripts do you have there? Also, why are they in the coroner's office? Girl, where are your gloves? Apparently they don't...
No, wait.
Oh.
Sheriff?
What the hell?
Oh, no.
Casey!
Nope. We need our flashlight. Come on, get a flashlight. We need a flashlight. I've played this game before. I've done this song and dance.
I'll make you pay.
He's coming. No weapon. The page said to get into the light.
Try to stay in the light to avoid being detected by enemies. Alright, but now we need to know... So is...
He can't see me in the light.
Interesting.
My gun's out in the hall. Gotta get it back.
Yeah, well, the first question is... Safe havens will restore some of your health. If you leave or attack from a safe haven while in combat, it will become temporarily unavailable.
Now.
But... Exit. There we go. There we go. Oh.
Vanished.
Not good. When the puppy girl doesn't get enough praise. End of chapter. Nice. Yay, we got through the first chapter. Why does he look like a regenerator from RE4? Because he's very bloated, as we have, you know, learned. Oh, we can just press continue. We don't have to... Alright. I thought there was going to be something happening, but okay.
He didn't have a heart, but he still got up. The page predicted all of it. It helped me fight him.
He just disappeared? What
Yeah.
the hell is going on here?
We need to figure that out if we're gonna do anything about it. Somehow we need to make sense of this.
Oh, there we go. Now I can see. Jesus. Alright, so... Oh, hello. Manuscript page? I think that was the manuscript page that...
was back at Cauldron Lake. Saga had to pursue Nightingale into the overlap. Finding a way in would be difficult. A ritual. Saga would learn how. Stop the monster.
You can read your collected manuscripts in the Mind Palace. Cool.
There's no rational explanation to what we just saw.
I'd love to blame this on mass hallucination caused by inhaling volcanic gas, but we both know that's bullshit. This was supernatural.
Well, I'm glad you were the one to say it. Now we can figure out a way forward. Right before things got crazy, Sheriff Breaker just vanished.
Maybe the sheriff knew more than he was letting on.
He seemed anxious, like he dreaded what was coming.
Also, what do you have in your
One more
ear
mystery.
there?
The victim of a ritualistic murder turns into a monster.
Oh yeah, it's just an earpiece. Okay.
Looks to me like the cult of the tree is performing rituals to create monsters.
Maybe. We need to start with learning this cult's goal, their purpose.
Alright. Alright, so elevator was out.
It doesn't budge.
Is there really no other way out of here? Alright, time to go to the Mine Palace.
A dead man turned into a monster. Light as a way to fight him. Pages predicting the future. There's no rational explanation. This is the case we must solve.
Sorry, Nick. Alright. Saga was back at Cauldron Lake and all that kind of nonsense. Meanwhile, Cult of the Tree. Victims of the cult become monsters. Writing must be part of the ritual. Page where his heart should be. Text on the... could be a coincidence.
No.
Nightingale only became a monster. Why? And that's a goal. They could have been creating monsters.
The killers are usually the ones performing the ritual, not the detective. Acting out their sick fantasy. They may be trying to get you involved, forcing you into their twisted world.
And then we got manuscript pages. So fighting with the light. And pursuing the dark. So this was typed out. And then a huge amount of text. Alright. Done our profiling. We got our radio.
The page places Nightingale back at Cauldron Lake. Calls him a Taken. We need to head over
Because
there.
he was taken by the darkness.
Before anyone else gets hurt.
Okay.
We heard gunshots. Y'all okay?
Did you get spooked by the bodies?
Sheriff Breaker disappeared. Nightingale turned into some sort of a monster, and there are offices down. You two handle things here. We need to get back to Cauldron Lake immediately.
Fuck me. That's terrible. We'll do what we can, man.
That's crazy, right, Thornton? Nightingale's heart was missing. How could he do anything? He's dead.
Alright, so nothing in there.
Well, that's all crazy talk. Monsters aren't real, and what do you mean the sheriff?
Alright, so we need bolt cutters for that. Alright. Up the stairs we go.
They're a fine pair.
Yep.
My client has been held here long enough. Are you gonna let me speak to them or not?
Just a moment, ma'am. Someone will be right with you.
How many times do we have to do this, Walter? Huh? I'm at my wit's end with you.
I want out! Something bad's going down. I can feel it. Let me out!
And we can't talk to you about it for whatever reason.
Do you think I like throwing you in jail every other day?
I can't get through this.
Do you have any idea how much paperwork you're causing me? What's a lot?
I know one of you is stealing the toilet paper. I've been counting them, and there's an entire roll missing every day from stock. Theft is taken seriously around here. It's a sheriff's station, for Pete's sake. One of these days, I'm gonna catch you red-handed, and you better believe you're getting thrown out. What a disgrace you are. What kind of nut counts toilet paper rolls? Sounds like you got too much time on your hands.
Nightingale and his cult are dangerous. We need to be prepared in case things escalate more than they already have. Can you call it in, Casey?
A smart choice, Anderson. Yeah, Agent Casey here. Yeah. We need backup. The Bright Falls case. Whoever you can spare. ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
Think we'll actually find Nightingale at the lake?
The pages haven't been wrong yet.
We can't assume the person writing these pages isn't playing us.
I agree. But it's our best lead. I'm gonna take a quick look around. Meet you back at the car.
See you in a bit.
I didn't find any,
Hi. Did you check out the town, Anderson?
Just getting my bearings. Ready to go?
Waiting on you.
Yeah, we need, like, more, we need more tools before we can explore the town proper. Plus, we're only, like, the first chapter in.
I need to come clean, Anderson. I know why
Why is it doing an audio, 13? Why is it doing a thing? The audio pause.
Tammy mentioned him. She's writing a book on his disappearance.
You know the detective character from his books, Alex Casey.
Yeah, I've heard the jokes at the office. Cold case Casey. Murder case Casey. Sorry.
Ha. It's the same name, similar job. It's the first thing anyone thinks of. It annoyed me, but that was it. Then, 10 years ago, I started getting strange letters in the mail. Fragments of prose describing murders. You've heard this.
You ever feel the tendons and muscles in your palms? What, like when you're just a little more aware of, like, the ones, like, here?
Cult.
Like, as if you've been gripping for, like, a really long time, and it doesn't feel, and, like, you have to have them, like, do a little curl like this, rather than, the back of your palm.
Forming a ritual to bring Wake back. Their imagined prophet. After that case,
No.
looking into Wake's disappearance on the side.
Only if I do, like, a flex, like, trying to, like, you know, spread the thing, do I kind of notice the back of the palm, but
I just wanted you to have all.
Not, like, normally.
Next time, give them.
Not if I was, like, holding groceries or anything like that. Normally, I notice it on like, the inside part. Although you tell me this now, but as I'm doing this, it's like, now I'm just, like, hyper aware of, like, my all the tendons, because, like, your hand has a lot of bones and a lot of tendons in there. So there's a lot of moving parts in this thing.
Need to figure out.
There's a lot of movement in this stuff.
I'm happy I'm not in charge of this mess.
Thanks. Let's start looking for Nightingale where he was killed. The writer of these pages knows what will happen. Because they're behind this, or because they can see what's coming. Impossible things are happening here. A world operating on different rules. Where is Nightingale hiding? Where is the overlap?
So the Federal Bureau of Control was here. So they're at least aware.
I've been thinking more about the cult of the tree. What sort of cult refers to themselves as a cult?
In my experience, they don't.
We're not seeing the full picture yet.
Hello there.
How are you folks doing?
It's these guys!
Hello. Saga Anderson. Are you two supposed to be here?
I'm Ilmo Koskela. Fantastic to meet you.
You're the dude in the,
Stephen here hired me to show him through the woods. He's in town on important government business. Fixing this impressive piece of hardware.
I work for the FBC, ma'am. I'm authorized to be here.
And I bet you two are here about that murder. How's it going?
How did you hear about the murder, Ilmo? Do you know anything that could help us?
People tend to tell me things. The Koskela brothers are kind of a household name around here. Speaking of, if you're looking for some fun, stop by Watery. Just down the road from Bright Falls. There's our Coffee World amusement.
Also, hi there, Raytheon. I mistaked your I mistaked your orange for Resident Fed Boy's orange.
Of guided tours, hunting, fishing, hiking, whatever strikes your fancy. You name it, we probably got it.
What is this thing?
It's just a monitoring station, ma'am. The Federal Bureau of Control checks volcanic activity and air toxicity levels. No need to worry, though. It's mostly for research purposes.
That's one gorgeous weather saga. Looks Nordic. I bet a family member made it.
Stephen, we're investigating a murder that occurred nearby. What can you tell me about your bureau?
Nothing that isn't classified, I'm afraid. But I don't know anything about a murder. Operations here are run by a different department. I'm just here to make some repairs. The wiring on this thing frays every couple months.
Yep, that's the raccoons. They grow real big here with teeth like you wouldn't believe. Can't gnaw right through a garbage can.
My mother made this sweater for me. How do you know?
I knew it. My mom used to knit those sweaters for me and my brother. Watery, my hometown, was founded by Finnish immigrants. So between your name and the sweater, I figured your family might be from Finland too. Suomi, Finland. Pulla, Karjalan piirakka.
Close. My mom's family is from Sweden originally. I don't know much about them beyond that. The sweater is just something to remember her by. Okay, we're done for now.
And then the door is open. Maintenance note. Clear signs of tampering. Signal was rerouted into a transmitter that is not one of ours. I fixed it so any alerts will come our way, but it's definitely concerning. I'll make a report for the investigations department. Leaving this here in case I'm not the next person to fix this thing. If you're reading this, check for tampering. We may want to put more secure metal casing around the whole thing so that the raccoons can't get to it anymore. Cool. This is a very weird monitoring station. I don't think they're investigating, volcanic activity.
Let's get to the murder site, Casey. A lot of things about this case keep bothering me. But one thing feels really off. Breaker's disappearance. I don't get the feeling Nightingale was responsible.
He was about to give you more of those pages. Something didn't want us to have them? Or was protecting him from Nightingale? Spontaneous combustion? I don't know. Not the kind of disappearance we normally solve.
No, it isn't.
Crime scenes drowning. I never minded rain. Feels like home.
No sign of Nightingale. But the page did place him at Cauldron Lake, in an overlap. So how do we follow him there?
Maybe something around here will tell us.
Oh, hello.
Bare feet. Nightingale. I'll see where these footprints lead. Can you comb through the crime scene one more time, KC? Just in case?
On it.
Oh, these footprints do something interesting when you stare at them like that. See how they like do like a little effect when you got like the main thing, like. See how they do that? Huh. Also, how's it going, Raytheon? You doing good? You here because the feds are here? Welcome back. You here before the feds, or you here for Alan Wake 2?
The tracks lead into the water. Where'd he go from here?
Jesus fucking Christ!
A presence.
God damn it! It did it to me.
Nightingale.
Ah, that honestly jump scare. I was just like, wham! Had to put hot dogs to cook. I'm here because I wanted to watch you. Awesome, cool.
I know Nightingale is somewhere around Cauldron Lake.
The fuck is the overlap?
The tree was a threshold. This place.
This is the third time this game has jump scared me. Jesus.
You're in over your head. Next stop, Caldera Street Station.
The threshold. Like a doorway. Leading to Nightingale. It's somehow connected to a tree. Witch's Ladle?
Okay. Oh. Didn't know there was a sawn-off shotgun in there.
What is that? Seems like it's These aren't the same tracks that were here before. They're headed into the tree, not out of it.
All right.
My flashlight burned the dark stuff away.
The fuse was in place. Saga stepped into the witch's hut. Inside, a bright light. There were objects that stood out to Saga, as if the light had manifested them.
Huh.
The witch's hut. Okay. I trust the pages to lead me to the overlap.
Yeah, I've already read this, so... So the witch's hut was like up here somewhere. I'm gonna see if I can head back to the investigation and see if I can... Give me a second. I'm gonna head back up. Because it looked like I could get like a sawn-off shotgun or something like that as well.
Anderson, thought I saw something in the woods. Probably just a deer, but I'm gonna check it out.
Okay.
Okay, this is the general store side. Monday, some suspicious activity spotted. The fielder thought he saw movement in the bushes. Footprints around the area were found, but some were compromised by the fielder. Note to self: train the fielder. Nothing to report. Some animals regular. Hunters out after dark. Poachers heard some gunshots. Not one of ours. Got to keep an eye on these people. They should get more than they bargained for. Okay. Cool. Where the fuck is the... That wasn't me. Safe's unlocked. Oh look, a symbol. So the cult was here. Alright, so we can't open that door. Alright. Is there anything we can investigate here?
This carving looks fresh.
Anything new in the investigation? Okay, so locked door there, which is probably what leads to the thing. We've done the investigation. We got the point of interest. Now we gotta head to the witch's hut. Unless, is there something it wants me to see on this side? Not from this side, no. Nothing else for me to, like, investigate from the looks of it. Alright, let's have a look. So, large amounts of supplies laid out on the table. Another cult symbol. There we go. Then Saga finds safe haven. Oh, okay. Inside a bright light, feels safe, like nothing can hurt. There were objects that stood out and in the cabin, another manuscript page. Cool. All right, so we need to go to the cabin for the manuscript. Rightio. We'll get this. We'll get this, chat. Don't you worry. But I swear to Christ, if this thing jump scares me again, I don't know how I can handle it. I don't know if my heart can take it. Nope, I went past the witch's hut. My bad. Witch's hut is over this way. There it is.
This is the witch's hut. The page described the hut being lit and mentioned a fuse.
I don't see any light fixtures. Oh, hi there, Ozlupo! If Alan Wake made bread for a living, he'd be Alan Bake. Came up with that all by yourself. How's it going, Oz? You doing good? This is my first time playing through Alan Wake, and I have been jump scared several times. It has just decided to just go boom. You'll probably see it again when we have the opportunity. Hang on. Knowing my luck, it's probably gonna jump scare me again. Okay, so here's where the fuse is.
The box is missing a fuse. I need to find one to turn on the lights.
Okay. So we need to find a fuse. This one is so much more scary. Yeah, it is! Look at this! Look at this bullshit! It's so fucking dark! Alright, I'm gonna head to the general store. Maybe there's a fuse box over in the general store. Because there's a general store over there. So we got ropes, pickaxes, radios. Is there a fuse kept here? Oh! Nope, that's just the notes I read. Never mind. Where the fuck is a... point of interest? There's a fuse box over there, and then there was a camp over there. Nope, those are... So those are fuse... Those fuses are being used right there. We can't open that door. Omega B fatty acids are good for your heart. I will remember that. I will try to keep omega B fatty acids on my diet next time in the future. Also, how's it going, Jack? You doing good? You're gonna be... Are you gonna be doing the DLC? Yes, I think... maybe. I don't know. Because here's the thing, is that, one of the, blah, 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 brain, if my brain can process it. Because I didn't play this game for, like, 2 years, because it was, like, full price for, like, the longest amount of time. And, lo and behold, there was just magically a moment...
This fuse is busted.
There was magically, like, a moment where it was discounted. Heavily discounted. Not just the normal, version, but the deluxe.
This one looks good. People should really...
So I went and picked up the deluxe, which looks like it had the free DLC. It gave me the DLC for free. So we already read those. We had these painted rocks. We got the manuscript pieces from that. So now we can go... Now we can get into the witch's cabin once we put in the fuse. So... Oh, wait, no, too far. There it is. That light was not there before. Quick save. Nice.
Another page.
The break room is a place where you
progress.
Here we go.
The image of the witch in the sign. Saga addressed the witch. The smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory. I brought you the heart, witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign.
Huh. Alright, so...
The cult of the tree is behind these murders. These
It
cases...
should be included. They're both really fun. Nice.
I'll need to start...
You haven't played Alan Wake 2 yet, lol? I did play the first game, and the one sentence that sent me howling was the enemy line about omega B fatty acids. Nice. So yeah, I've just gone through the first chapter so far. Sheriff Breaker, like, we were in a morgue, and we checked the body of Agent Nightingale, who, you know, disappeared 13 years ago, found up dead just now. We checked the inside his body, and it's like, oh, we found a manuscript page. And Sheriff Breaker was like, hang on a minute, this sounds familiar to these other scripts that we found. And then the minute he opened this, like, you know, binder that held the other manuscript pages, the lights flickered and he disappeared. Next thing we knew, Nightingale woke up like a fucking zombie and, you know, was like, you know, resurrected or some nonsense and trying to kill us. But, you know, he couldn't see us while we were standing in the light. Fast forward, we shoot at Nightingale, Nightingale disappears, and now we're back at Cauldron Lake because we think that, you know, has something to do with it, and now you're caught up to date with where we are now.
The page from the witch's hut seems to be describing some kind of ritual.
So I'm guessing you've already played this before, Lupo. Alright.
Nightingale's heart disappeared from the morgue. Where is it now? To get into the overlap, I need to find Nightingale's heart. Read the line imprinted on it, plus the line on the page to the witch's ladle sign. Then push the heart through the hole in the sign.
Alright, so... give the witch a heart. Recite some words. So the witch is the witch's ladle sign. We don't know what the heart... where the heart is, and... you know, the thingy-majiggy isn't eligible.
I need Nightingale's heart to get to the overlap. Where is it?
The cult isn't close. He was there, but he was risen. Nightingale was there. The opposite of sunspots. Who said that?
That's not it.
But yeah, I'm enjoying
I don't have
it.
what I need to find Nightingale's heart. There must be more. Nightingale's heart. Where is it?
While they played cards in the general store, the witch had stolen his heart. Get out of my house.
Nightingale's heart is at the general store, in a fridge.
Alright.
I need to check the general store for the heart. Casey, I'm headed to the general store. I think I know how to get into the overlap.
Roger that. I followed some ATV tracks in the woods and got a bit turned around.
Did you get lost?
I've only been lost once in my life, Anderson. The years I spent with my ex-wife. I'll find my way back, don't you worry about it.
So here we are. God damn you! It was just a deer. Oh shit!
Bullets don't hurt it! What is this thing? A cultist. A monster. Like Nightingale.
Using painkillers will allow you to heal. Painkillers are quick to consume, but grants a small benefit. Cool. I don't think I need painkillers. Ooh, but I get myself a cool thing. Check with Lady Fortuna at the counter. So there's the heart, but before I grab it...
Sipping Time sponsored by Sir Dragonx88.
Alright, sippy time! Sippy time! Sippies. Alright, so Lady Fortuna at the counter. Oh, here we go. Alright, so 705, 713, 717, 723. Don't forget, update the code. So we've gone so it's gone through 5. Madam Agniskaya, palm readings, gazer. So 202, 555, 0137. Alright. 5, 13, 17, 23. 739. The reason why I think that is because this is saying 705, 713, 717, 723. 705, 713, 717, and 723. So these guys, they're using the lottery numbers here for updated codes. So they've already gone through 5, 13, 17, and 23, which means 39 must be the next code. So now, so now if I do 739, so 739. There we go. And we get ourselves a shot off. Yeah. I'm my motherfucker. You can quick slot weapons from the inventory. You can also quick slot healing items and throwables. Charms allow you to equip to enhance sagas. Only charms can be equipped in the charm slot. Actually, throw you into one. Manuscript, charm bracelet. Bracelet made by Logan for her mother. Has hooks to attach charms to. We got a flashlight. We got a cult necklace. Another manuscript? Sounds like it. Saga at the general store. Nice. Where the fuck is the... There we go.
The text on the heart is clearer now.
The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror. Okay. What was the...
Saga edged toward the broken door, her gun ready, flashlight aimed ahead. Nightingale said it would be here. The Cauldron Lake General Store was overgrown, left to rot. Saga thought about the cult of the tree. They'd been here, waiting, planning a gruesome ritual murder. Meanwhile, they played cards in the general store, like it was just another late-night poker game. Saga stepped closer to the door. Had the animal broken it? There was a loud crash. Saga found herself face to face with a cultist, a hulking figure in a raincoat. We watch in the night, wild eyes behind a plastic deer mask, an axe in his raised hand.
Alright, okay, so that explains that. Meanwhile, we got the words on the heart.
Sounds literary. But what does it mean? I feel like I recognize this. The fridge. The heart. I knew it would be here. Like I saw it in a dream. And now I need to give the heart to the witch. Makes total sense.
Can I do the... What's Mahuzi case board? There we go. That completes that.
Found the heart in the fridge. Just like the page said I would.
Bald-headed freak.
Casey, there are cultists in the area. They're taken, like Nightingale. Watch yourself out there.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I'm still finding my way back.
You have the worst sense of direction.
Any city in America I can get through drunk and blindfolded. It's these damn trees.
Okay. I'm en route to Witch's Ladle. I need to perform a ritual to open the overlap. This case just keeps getting weirder. But it is exciting.
Oh, no, this isn't the right place. Although, this is different. Alright, grab that, grab this. Another indicator of something hidden here. But we can't get to it, which is unfortunate. But nothing happens when we shoot it, so moving on. Excuse me for being paranoid as fuck. Is that light always there?
Drink water from the lake!
So there's two of them.
Gate away!
Oh, damn it. This is not how the story goes. Remember to save often in the break room by interacting with the thermos. The coffee will never run out. The trauma pad is an adhesive that takes longer to apply but restores a good amount of health. Painkillers are quick. Cool. Safe haven. Okay, so, yep, so that was because we did like a story element thing, so we're back here. Did we pick up the shotgun? Yes, we did. So now we can just continue on with the rest of our story. So, alright, here we go. Let's head to the Witch's Ladle. There we go. Give us another heal, some big heals. And let's...
Can't talk now.
People were right! Late night poker game!
There we go. I didn't like how I had to use like 2 pieces of my what's-a-mahoozy though. That wasn't too fun. I might need to be extra conservative with the batteries and what have you. Holding the Nightingale's heart, we then say the phrase. It's like the something draws near.
The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror.
Oh.
I brought you the Heart Witch. Show me the terror.
Oh joy! Abject horrors. Alright, this tree wasn't that big before, so... That's scary.
Casey, I think I'm in the overlap. Are you still on your way? Casey! Casey, do you read me? Fuck.
I don't think he can read us while we're in an entirely different place.
Logan? Logan! Where are you? What the fuck was that? Logan's back in Virginia.
Hey, that's where my grandfather is. Virginia. Alright, so there's nothing in the waters here, so this is probably just like a merry-go-round spot. And then god damn, there's
Please help me.
what?
What was that?
That voice sounded familiar.
Did I get turned around? No, this is right. This place is looping. Like a nightmare.
There we go. Another manuscript. Your grandpa's in danger along with Logan. Oh god. Oh wait.
The writer went into the lake.
We can leave Alan Wake to use his richly tones to tell us.
The dark place receded. The current pulled back those with darkness inside, into the lake. Nightingale was there, one of them. The dark presence. Jagger had taken him. The witch had stolen his heart. They sank beneath the waves. The dark place, wandering in the shadows, muttering to themselves. It's dark. I'm lost. Where am I? Who am I? I can't remember. It's cold. Premium cabins for rent in Bright Falls. Who said that? Can you hear me? I need help. Please. Stop this. What did I do? You must dig it out. Their shape shifted. Echoes of the writer's dreams. Fading in, fading out. The next story and the story after that. The writer was writing again.
Oh, hello. That was annoying. Fuck is this place? Not fun when you do that.
He's here. Nightingale.
Alright. And we're getting closer to him.
Trapped here. To escape. Danger.
Who is that? It's like they're coming in over a bad signal.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Interesting little overlaying going off there. Oh, hello.
Nightingale's badge.
Batteries, shotguns. So Nightingale was here. We can't go up another level. There's nothing here. Okay, so that's the direction of the what's-mahoozies. They look like the... So it's like the peaks reflected in the,
Thank you for the hyperhimbo resin, Fed Boy. I'm going to need it as I go through more of this. I am going to need to be extra strong and extra brave. Oh, tunnel? Alright, so we're running into a tunnel, question mark?
Nightingale hunted.
better. So...
Run! What the hell is that? Need to get away.
Yep, running away. Running away right now. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Okay, I don't have a lot of bullets, which is great. Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it! Let's avoid him for now. Let's see if we can keep running and avoid him. Oh, there's the next. Almost got lost. Where the fuck am I meant to go from here? Alright. Cool. Cool. This isn't... There he is. Where the fuck do I go? Fuck! I am so lost. Darn it! Don't worry, Zeebs, being hyper-himbo won't save you. Oh my gosh. Each weapon has a specific role to play. Having new weapons in your arsenal significantly increases your chances of survival. You can discard a... what's this? I'm gonna try the shotgun first and see how we go.
Nightingale hunted
Okay, I need to be worried about direction.
Get away! What the hell is that? Need to get away.
Hopefully I'm going the right direction. Darn it! This isn't good. Not good, not good. I am not getting a grip on the combat, am I? Different benefits trying out different combinations. Can be changed at any time. I am not changing the difficulty. Not this soon into the game.
Nightingale.
Oh, come on. I thought
Get away! Gotta move. Now.
What the? There we go. I am so spun around right now. I have no idea where I'm supposed to be going. God damn it! God, you take a lot of bullets to the head. I'm going the right way. Where the fuck is he?
Oh, okay. Pain. I hate the woods. Fuck the woods.
Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
Hear me.
I'm Saga Anderson, FBI. I can hear you.
Cauldron Lake.
Yes, I'm at Cauldron Lake. Where are you?
How to escape. In danger. The Dark Presence.
sculpture. Thanks. Got it.
Oh, boy.
Hey!
Oh, is that Alan? Mr. Wake?
Okay.
No! It's my fault! It got out with my face! Scratch!
Sir, calm down. I'm gonna need you to take a breath.
He's changed the story. The dark presence. We must stop it before...
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've been...
Wake? Where did you come from? You've been missing for 13 years.
13.
Alright, there we go. Another successful chapter. But yeah, by God, dealing with Nightingale then, that was not fun. I wasn't too sure if I needed to continue running away or if I needed to stand my ground. Is this Imagine Dragons? This sounds like Imagine Dragon. Probably can't listen to all of it, so we're gonna go to the next thingamadiggy.
Anderson, where did you go? All of a sudden, the radio stopped working, and then that flooding just disappeared. Crazy forest. Is this who I think it is?
Casey, say hello to Alan Wake. Mr. Wake, this is Special Agent Alex Casey.
Okay, so he's the special agent.
Casey, I'll meet you there, right after I take a look around. If the flooding's receded, there might be evidence we missed earlier.
Okay. See you there.
Alex Casey? How? Am I still... Is this the dark place? No, it can't be.
Should look around.
I got out.
With the flooding gone, could be further clues out there. The flooding disappeared very suddenly. I wonder if there's any connection to the overlap. To Nightingale.
Alright, so we can't get up there.
I need another minute. Cauldron Lake. I thought I'd never see this place.
The game is like 22 music videos in a video game trench coat. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you though right now. I can definitely imagine some bits of it being like, oh, it's just like Kojima, but like the fact that this game is able to mix elements of like TV and music, but into the video game, I feel like this does it better than when Kojima does it.
Anywhere, you must take them and keep them safe. Our lives could depend on it. They have vital information.
We know about the pages, Wake. We'll keep an eye out for them.
Okay. Okay, just give me a moment. It's okay.
Take your time.
So he's out of the dark place now. Or that could be Scratch for all we know. Alright. God damn, that deer's messed up. Alright, let's have a look. So the flooding is all receded. Oh, hello.
A creepy twig sculpture?
And then...
A locked box. Is that the cult of the tree symbol on it? Ah. Ammo.
Okay.
Looks like they're tools of the trade.
Nice.
The cult doesn't see their victims as people.
Remember, they look like us, but they aren't. They're like animals, and it's our job to hunt them and gut them. Not good. Alright, so we can't go that way. So we need to keep going this way. That's because Kojima is a decent game designer. Even as an enjoyer of his work, I wouldn't call him a good writer. The thing that I get from Kojima, like, especially as I'm going through Metal Gear Solid, after going through Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2, is that, like, I remember from a, like a YouTube video or something like that that was doing, like, an explanation of, like, Kojima through the years or something. I didn't finish it yet, so I'll definitely need to find it again and give it a watch, is that Kojima wanted to be a film director, but he didn't think that was very creative and went into video games or something like that. So there is definitely a part of when I go through the Kojima games that I'm like, I feel like this would be like he wants to direct a film or something like that. It feels very much like, you know, something that Nathan Drake or The Last of Us kind of stuff is, but like sometimes it's a little more heavier into the cutscenes than it is the game. He's been on the trail of the writer forever, the writer he despised. Hemingway, Bukowski, Wake. I'll get you. I'll find you. I'll make you pay. You're in over your head. He descended into the tunnels, from the dark city into the ocean of darkness. Next stop, Caldera Street Station. Something, a presence, rumbled. Not a train. Shadows shifted on the platform. The writer's cult waited for him there. The cult of the word. A cultist leaned close. I carry his words close to my chest now. You're not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise. He'd be caught. Murdered. They got him. They didn't get him. He was reborn out of hate. He was there, but he was risen. Sent to find the light switch. Up from the lake that was not the lake. What in the what? Weapons upgrades, case board. Weird, okay.
I'm getting flashbacks. Remember Ohio?
Sure. The North Side slasher. But that case was completely different.
The trees, Anderson.
Did you see it?
They hid the bodies in the forest.
What did I miss, Wild Saber? Prey returned to the waking oh. What do you do? Are you a shadow thing, or...? So, we got a break room, we got a container. So there might be something over there, but I might need to deal with that. Let me just heal you up real quick. Arrows. Ow. Fuck you. It is what I thought. Now to find the fucking... Shit.
Even the animals are turning into monsters.
Fuck you. Alright. So... So we have the cult of the trees, but we also have the cult of the wood, of the word for some reason. That's mid-size? I'm sorry, that was mid?
The cult is leaving supplies around for themselves. Wonder what's inside. I should take a look around for a way to open this thing.
Oh, arrows. Hang on a second. So you're telling me this fucker is mid-sized of all things? Jesus. Alright, so arrows pointing to a key. Nice. So now I should be able to open the chest. North American wolves can weigh up to 180 to 200 pounds? What's that in kilos? Because I don't understand freedom units as well as you think. Despite this accent, I am inept in the freedom units of miles and inches and pounds and ounces. Where is the chest? There it is. There we go. The cult is watching right now. Not great. Alright, I need to remember that control opens the what's-a-mahoozy, the, inventory. Oh.
There's something written here. A poem? Or a riddle? Reminds me.
1 bird for light, 2 for darkness, 3 birds for a fight, 4 for a struggle, 5 birds for injury, 6 for misery, 7 for the ending, whatever it may be. Okay, so we need birds.
A little clothespin doll.
So there's a crow there.
Perfect weird souvenir for Logan.
Okay. Let me read this again. 1 for the light, 2 for the darkness. So, 1 for the light.
Something feels different. I should look around.
Oh, hello.
A charm. Cute. It'll go great on the bracelet Logan made for me.
Attack stagger enemies more often.
That was strange. Gotta keep an eye out for more of these rhymes.
Alive with people. That invested.
There we go. So those hikers were doing something. Once again, using a lot of my battery. Not great. So, 78 to 92 kilos. Canadian ones, which rock on into the northern US from time to time, can be even larger, up to 100 to 105 kilos. Ooh, boy. Ugh. They're heavier than me at that point. Alright, let's have a look at this map. So a private cabin off to the right there, the witch's station there. Okay. Shortcut key? Nope. Nope. You think you could shoot the lock off that, but I feel like it won't let me. From Alaska to the British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and all the way down to California, the Pacific Northwest area spans over a diverse range. Here you will find 59 threatened or endangered species of plant and animals, including the mighty orca and wild gray wolves. The Pacific Northwest region ecosystem are wonderfully diverse. They include mountain areas like the Cascades and Olympic Ranges, as well as the dense forests around them. In the west, there are several islands and dry desert plateaus covering the east. Some of the common wildlife calling the Pacific Northwest their home are robins and seagulls, squirrels and otters, cougars and deers, coyotes and raccoons, salmon and blue herons. The marshes and ponds of this area host an impressive variety of fauna, but majestic trees like the black cottonwood, big leaf maple, and Oregon ash thrive in the wetlands too. It is truly the nature's lover's paradise. Good for them. Witchfinder's Station. Alright, so that's if we wanted to drop down.
Another one of those rhymes.
The hero, brave and strong, left home to right a wrong. From the woods came the wolf, so greedy and hungry that he ate what he found in the house without a host. The hero returned to find she'd lost the thing she loved most. Okay. No toys.
Rest easy, buddy.
Aww. There. We are very lucky that wolves are naturally afraid of the horrid, mangy, bipedal great apes we call humans. Oh, thank goodness. For a minute there, I thought they would be very brave. Though I suppose it's probably a good thing that they are afraid of us, as otherwise domesticating them would have been a lot harder. We do not have the password. Alright, so there's the wolf doll. Test sites in Cauldron Lake. 2 at the Witchfinder Station, 1 at Streamside, and 1 at the Cauldron Lake cabins. Okay, so that tells us that there's clues here and there. A lot of recording equipment around. Research into the reality-altering effects discovered in the Cauldron Lake area, utilizing fiction and art as a source, and then manifesting the results into existence. Methodology. The Federal Bureau of Control's intent in this research project is to experiment with nursery rhymes, hereinafter referred to as fiction, in an attempt to recreate the conditions under which the writing would become reality. The hypothesis is that there are 2 ways in which fiction affects reality, either by reflecting events that have come to pass, but that are not known to their later creator, whose act of creation therefore becomes the catalyst for these past events, after which they serve as a source of their own inspiration, or by the fiction itself being the initiating force in its present timeline, using the creator as a conduit. In the experiment, we'll create nursery rhyme text with a specific function and then use the depicted dolls and symbols as needed via a careful testing process with the purpose of the story told in the fiction manifesting itself in real life. A variety of combinations involving the dolls, symbols, and rhymes will be tested in order to collect large amounts of data, with the hope that a pattern will appear. Methods will be adjusted in the testing based on our results. Cool. All right, so we're gonna put the wolf down in the puzzle. So there may be a chance that when we do that, we are going to make a wolf appear, which isn't going to be a good idea, but let's see what happens, shall we? So, the hero, brave and strong, left home to right a wrong. From the woods came the wolf, so greedy and hungry that he ate what he found in the house without a host. Okay, so from the woods.
Resident Fed Boy paid me to say this is Investigator Resident. You are under investigation for being too buff. Do not resist the Federal Bureau of Control.
I must be missing something. That he found in the house. No. I must be missing something. Two, 2547. Wait, was it 25? 2547. Working title. I've received your favorable review of thank you. I need a nothing important. Here's the test item used were plastic animal figures, teddy bears, toy cars, baby dolls. The iconographic nature of the item or hypothesis would be beneficial for those research purposes. Test results negative. I will continue testing with more advanced items and scenarios. No response from you is necessary. Cool. Hey, look! Cat. Cat. So there must be another figurine around here. Because it talked about the wolf and the hero. Which means that there must be... Nope. Nothing here. It's just the documentation from earlier. Oh, hello. Hero. I forgot you. Alright, so now we've got the hero and we've got the wolf. So now that we've got the two pieces, now we can combine them. Alright. The hero left home to right a wrong. From the woods came the wolf, so greedy and hungry that he ate what he found in the house without a host. The hero returned to find she lost the thing she loved most. So the wolf is there. And
It doesn't make sense.
No.
No.
Oh.
I have a weird feeling something's changed. What is this?
Okay, we need to be careful.
What the hell?
There's a wolf in here. Oh, okay.
Another charm for my bracelet.
Saves you from death, but shatters in the process. Okay, so so that charm is like a one-time use then. That's not good. Also, I don't like that there's no music. It's just ambience right now. Just gonna pick you guys up, just so then that way we're not leaving you behind.
We've reached the car, Anderson. How's it going down there?
I think I'm done here. I'll meet you at the parking lot.
Alright. Alright, so we found as much as we can. So now comes the fun bit of from here. Okay, so we need a screwdriver is what they're asking for. So now we need a backtrack. Oh boy, this is gonna take a while. This is gonna take a minute. This is investigator resident. You are. I will do my best. What's he gonna do? Be subject to the law of the United States? Yes, I'm gonna be subject to the law of the United fucking States. Old boots. No one noticed. Not even the fish. Cool. I got a little bit turned around. Yep, got a little bit turned around, my bad. So... Yep, Wolf is still there, that's fine. Fuck you, Wolf.
The night!
There we go. All right. I keep pressing tab for like the map, but I don't want to use tab. I want to use Q. Or M, sorry, not M. Not Q, but M. Words fail me. I'm sorry. All right. Oh, hello.
Another locked box.
Confused, follow the steps. Wash hands, take chicken out of the fridge, take a nap. Alright, so... kitchen. So... we need to...
I feel bad for these guys.
There. Alan awake? Still awake. Alright, so we need to, quote-unquote, wash our hands. So that means we need the kitchen sink. Or, no, we need the bathroom sink. So, up arrow, followed by a down arrow. Take the intersecting thingamadiggies from the fridge, and then take a nap, which is outward arrows. Alright. What in the... Let this be a warning to you fellow trespassers. They say the lake is a caldera, something formed by an erupting volcano or the sinkhole it leaves in its wake. But what if that's not true? What if something else, something less natural and much more man-made, intentional? I say the lake's not formed, it's designed, and it has a purpose. The lake is a hiding place. Beneath the calm surface lies a secret machinery ready to be activated at the press of a button. And the people with the button, they're in that big house by the lake, preparing. I know it. First drawing, waterline. Real caldera is made from a volcano, lava. Second drawing, waterline. Engineered structure, strange machines. All right, so they got their theories. So we need them. So pointing outwards is the last. So up, down is the first. Intersecting is the second. And then outwards is the last one. All right, let's give this a try. Yep, alrighty, so... And then inwards. Outwards. There we go. Don't tank anything if you aren't one of the trees. Fuck you. What are you gonna do? Fucking stalk me? Lake house.
The station heads are not currently available. Access is restricted without their permission.
Ah, okay.
Nice talking to you too.
Alright. That sounds like some fucking foreshadowing back there. But now we also have that thing to deal with. Fuck you. I even saw him. Now I can't see him. Sorry, boy. Alright, so the wolves, it doesn't look like I need to do any, like, armor nonsense to deal with them. So that's fine. The trees have eyes. Oh, God. Would be my luck, wouldn't it, if the trees suddenly had eyes? Alright, let's have a look. So, you're in the witch's hut. So now we need a... Oh, I see. Now we need to take the long way. I pick up what they're putting down. So that's the general store. I'm just gonna quickly head into the witch's cabin, just so then that way I can do a quick save. Because the last thing I want is to... Sorry. I live by myself, so I kind of have to, like, look over my shoulder, just in case someone is, you know, about to pull a fast one on me. There we go. Oh, hello. Drawers. Thank you. Alright, manuscript pages.
Back at Witch's Ladle, Saga...
Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry.
The same substance...
Oh my gosh, I need to piss so bad.
There was something hidden under it. She strained to see. The opposite of sunspots in her eyes. Blacker than black. Suddenly it changed.
Please get through the...
Light reacted to the substance.
Get through all this.
A feedback loop surging up her arm. Saga squeezed the flashlight, willing it to penetrate the dark matter. Burn it away.
Okay, I need to do an advertisement so I can go to the bathroom real quick. I am so sorry. I need to piss so bad. Give me a minute. Piss break. Yes. Alright, all done. I'm back. Alrighty then. Kissing by yourself, handsome? Yes. Alright, and then over on the radio we got... Wide Awake. Cool. Profiling. We're not going to do any of the weapons upgrade nonsense. Alright, let's get... Alright, let's get going. So... Hopefully I'm going the right way. Is this the right direction I need to go? Yes, it is. Cool. Awesome. This is the right way. What the fuck is up here? This definitely feels like some special nonsense. Oh, eggs? Oh, wait, I already opened this, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I already did. Never mind. Thought I was gonna get something cool, but... You know, I already grabbed it, so not that important. Yep, alright, cool. So now we... Here we go. Oh.
This is not the way.
What? What do you mean this isn't the way? Oh. I went right past it, that's why. My bad. Well, at least I know what would have happened if I did that, like, earlier in the chapters. Yep, alright, this is the right way. Oh boy. God, this is beautiful. Oh yeah, we already read about the Mirror Peak. Oh yeah, this is how we got down here previously, before we got the shortcut key. God, this is beautiful as fuck. If I wasn't streaming and I had a newer graphics card, I would most certainly bother to see what this game was like using ray tracing. I would honestly be curious. Okay, so we can't get up to the rental cabins from here. Oh, but it looks like we can get up to the rental cabins via this way.
I need bolt cutters.
We don't have bolt cutters, so moving on. But yeah, I imagine this definitely feels like a game that like they've done a lot of work to do some ray tracing stuff, if I was to hazard a guess. It'll be very interesting to see how it looks. Where's Alan?
Ready to go?
Oh, this!
Thank you, Tan Mux, for being my biggest fan. I greatly appreciate it. Where did Alan go?
Mr. Wake, we're taking you back to our field office in Bright Falls.
You can freshen up there and then we can talk properly.
You can freshen up there.
I don't know why it's doing that little jump cut in the audio there. It's doing like an audio glitch thing.
Hey, Mom. Before you say anything, I'm totally fine. Don't freak out. Dad shouldn't have even texted you.
Logan? No one texted me. What's going on?
I'm totally fine. I slipped, that's all. God, it's not the end of the world.
Put your father on the phone.
Okay. Dad, it's Mom.
Don't worry, hun. Logan slipped in the shower and bumped her head. She has a slight concussion, but I'm keeping an eye on her. Lucky I heard her fall. She could have drowned.
Jesus, David. Why didn't you call?
I tried. It didn't go through. She's fine, really. But
wait, is Logan a girl's name?
No, it's, just weird case, that's all.
Well, if you need a hint, my years of board game victories tell me Colonel Mustard did it.
I'll keep an eye out for him.
Humorous.
Love you, Dave.
Love you too, honey. Want to say bye to Logan?
Just tell her I love her. Bye for now.
Finally saved up enough to claim the reward. Congratulations. Oh, look at them again, doing the coffee thing that Sam Lake is so famous for. And then there's Alan. You know.
Is there anyone you'd like us to reach out to, Mr. Wake? You've been gone a long time.
No. No. They'd be in danger. It'll come for me.
Okay, let's talk about something else. Robert Nightingale. Do you know him? You were both here in 2010.
The Dark Presence got him back then. That's the last time I saw him. 13 years. Oh, fuck me.
Tell us about the pages. You had what looks like a title page with you. Return. Is this the name of the story on these pages? The writer's name has been scratched out pretty violently, but your name can still be made out underneath.
Scratched out. Yeah. Scratch.
Did you write these pages, Mr. Wake?
I'm trying to remember. It's a crazy jumble, like a nightmare. It doesn't make sense.
Ati and the janitors. Ah, that's a reference to Ati, the janitor from Control. I just couldn't remember his name for a while. For the longest time, I couldn't remember the janitor's name from Control. Once again, it does like the weird flicker audio thing. I'm gonna have to Google that issue. I didn't think this was happening. getting an applause for some reason. In between with Mr. Door.
Thank you. Welcome. Well, we have a great show for you here tonight. Alan Wake is here. Alan Wake, one of my all-time favorite writers and guests on the show. He's here to talk about his latest book. And as usual, our house band, Old Gods of Asgard, is here.
Old gods!
Talk show tonight. Waking up in places with no memory of how I'd gotten there. It was out of control. I didn't need another mugshot in the fucking tabloids.
Crackers.
Had I already done the show?
The hard-boiled diet from Hard Boiled. Clearly a reference to the the Jean Woo film Hard Boiled, I imagine, because, you know, the reference to what's a Mahoozy? Where's my brain going with this? So Max Payne had similar sort of vibes to a film called Hard Boiled from China, I think it was. It was either China or Japan. China. Or Hong Kong. Hong Kong or Japan. Any whoozy. So, yeah, to have, like, Hard Boiled and then it's just, yeah. Hello? So now comes the part where we just, you know, sit back and relax.
Good to see you, Alan. Great to see you. Welcome back to the show. Come on, sit down. Woo!
Sick, because we met the old gods of Asgard back in the first Alan Wake.
Good to see you, Alan. This must be an exciting time for you.
And look, oh dear, Diner.
Ever get old?
So does what get old?
Publishing a new book. Are you okay there, my friend? You look like you've been cooped up in the writer's room for a few too many years.
He has, very much so.
This is exactly how I feel.
You know, I've waited so long to get my hands on the sequel to Departure. You left us on quite the cliffhanger. We've all been dying to know what "it's not a lake, it's an ocean" really means.
Oh yeah, from the end of
It's over. Your new book, Initiation, hits the shelves tomorrow.
What?
That's exactly what every reader will be asking. This book is mind-bending. It's so cerebral. I mean, how would you describe it? An auto-fictional thought experiment?
So the Alan Wake was intending to write the book Departure in the Alan Wake game that we got, the first one. And at the end of that game, we got the twist of him being like, it's not a lake, it's an ocean, which obviously is meant to depict that there is more to like the adversaries that the darkness came from than just the darkness. And so I think he tried to come up with a story to get him back out from the lake called Return, Ernal, or something like that. But obviously, because of the I think it was one of the DLCs, he couldn't get out from the lake that quickly. He was missing the middle bit, which is the initiation. So he's talking about, like, you know, the hero with 1,000 faces, you know, progression.
A horror story, a postmodern detective story?
Wait. This isn't right. I haven't written anything.
He's so humble.
Okay, you got me. Good prank, very funny. But yeah, sad to say, I've not written this. I'd remember if I'd written a book, right?
Or maybe it was written by your evil double.
Most likely. Mr. Scratch.
Well played, man! That is spot on! Playing the role here. Pretending the world of the book overlaps our own. That's very meta indeed. You see, Initiation tells the story of a fictional writer named Alan Wake, who is trapped in a nightmare, desperately trying to find the manuscript of a novel he has forgotten he has written. The book is set in New York, but it might not be New York at all. He is tormented by his dark, doppelganger and guided by visions of a fictional detective he has written. That's right. Alex Casey is in this book as well.
I guess we'll just keep doing this the whole show. The joke's on me.
But isn't that what you sign up for with autofiction? No, but seriously, I found the structure of the reality you build in the book fascinating. It reminded me of The Matrix.
Yeah.
I mean, the writer is physically in his writer's room, trapped there, and he projects himself out to this dark dream of New York through the story he is writing. Like astral projection. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Go on. I should be taking notes here. That's great stuff.
Notes to that other Alan Wake in that room writing this as we speak? Are we all in your story, Alan? Wow. No, I wish you every success with your new book, Alan. I hope it's as successful as your best-selling Alex Casey series. Initiation hits the shelves tomorrow. After this, I'm sure we'll all be eagerly awaiting the culmination of this hero's journey trilogy of yours. A book called Return, perhaps.
Okay. So we know there's the manuscript Return in the events of this game.
My entire career, Alan.
But are they alluding to a twist that we, because of, you know, us thinking that things have to be in trilogies, are we gonna get an Alan Wake 3 because of this? Or are they gonna, you know, trick us and be like, nope, surprise, you're not getting Alan Wake 3 because everything you need is in Alan Wake 2?
Hello? I'm losing it. Something's not right here. I needed to get home. To Alice.
Alright, let's take the exit. That's... There it is.
What the hell was that interview? Some kind of joke? Initiation? I never wrote a book called Initiation. This felt like a bad dream. Could make a good horror story.
Which is what it is. Nope, can't go that way. So yeah, our only way out is through the exit. And then...
I was a mess. I'd never heard of this talk show or Mr. Door before. None of it felt right. Was I losing my...
Casper Darling from Control! My interpretation of many worlds. Nice. Zane Classic in theaters. And then... Alright, so we got Sam Lake there. We got Alan Wake. And then we've got the Old Gods of Asgard, and then Mr. Door in the center. So obviously, like, this... So this isn't reality. This is, fun fact, Casper Darling's physical actor is Alan Wake's voice actor. Yes, that's right. That's true. Good call. Nope.
Hey! I think I've been locked in! Anybody?
Fuck. Now I have to find the code myself.
Interpretations of many worlds. So the exit is there. Old Gods of Asgard.
Old Gods of Asgard. That name sounded familiar.
665. Neighbor of the Beast. Okay. A little on the nose, but let's see how that goes. Alright! That worked. Although I can't see shit.
There was something here. A broken transmission I couldn't quite make out. What was that? A message? Impossible to say.
So, alright, so if the guy for Casper Darling is the VA for Alan Wake, who is the body of Alan Wake here?
There was something in the studio with me. I had to get out.
Come on. Get out. Just fucking let Jordan. Come on.
This is the ritual to lead you on.
And here we are in the writer's room.
Nightmare. I felt like a drowning man gasping for air. This place felt familiar. A ghost of a memory circuit.
He has a name which I cannot remember. Should have put more shoulders into that. Just bam. All right, so we got National Nightmare Filth, follow you in the dark, wide awake. First draft of initiation.
A plot board for mapping out a story. On the index cards, the nightmare that just happened to me. A summary of the story so far.
Huh.
But other notes as well. Warnings. I had written them. I couldn't remember what it all meant. The name Scratch filled me with dread. I could trust these words. I had to act on them. You must write to escape.
Read me, beware, Scratch, Alice. The dark place trapped, you must write to escape. Waking up to a nightmare. At the talk show, I had thought I was home in New York, but none of it had felt right. I was trapped in the dark place, a nightmare beyond our world. The writer's room was my safe haven. My writing affected what was outside. I was trying to write a story to escape this place. The story was called Initiation. With the story I wrote, I projected myself out to look for a way to escape. I had tried many times, failed. This place made me forget. Everything Door had said had felt true. Was that part of my writing, or coming from something else? Possibly. And then... how easy would it be to just walk out?
I couldn't leave. This wasn't the way out.
Darn you. I guess they were thinking ahead with that one. And
I had to keep writing.
Olivetti Laterra, 32, a seminal classic typewriter. I thought you were talking about the body doubles.
But I knew my thoughts and ideas could manifest as reality in this dark place. I'd use my writing to project myself out of this room. Like a deep sea diver to go deeper and explore the depths of this prison for a way out. This room was my boat. Writing was my lifeline. I would start again at the talk show.
Uh-huh. Also, hi there, Dunky Donut. I didn't realize who up waking that Alan. All right, we're back in the late night.
Thank you. Oh, you're too kind. Welcome back. We have a great show for you here tonight. A real treat for all you Alex Casey fans out there. Alex Casey himself is here tonight. That's right. Sam Lake, ladies and gentlemen. The actor who has given his face to the famous detective in the film series. First, we have Alan Wake here. The best-selling writer, the books, the films are based on. Let's do this!
Hardboiled diet again. Yes, Guardian. Okay, hang on. Now, okay, so our only way is to go back in here.
Welcome back to the show. So, Alan, as the creator of the character, how do you feel about this?
Sorry, what?
I know it can be an awkward question with the man sitting right next to you, but I mean, how do you feel about him in the role of Casey? Does he look the part to you?
Doing his fucking Max Payne face.
Exactly like I always imagined Casey to be. It's uncanny.
Thank you. That means so much to me. I'm a huge fan of your books.
So, what's the problem?
I feel like that's the first time I heard him speak with his normal
What's
accent.
your reservations about the adaptations?
It's not that. They're their own thing. They've gone with choices that are different from mine. I feel protective about my stories, and these adaptations... I don't know. I guess I just wish I could have been more involved in making them.
Well, in that case, you won't have seen this either. We have a clip from the new film, Murder Case Casey. Should we roll it, or do you want to say something first, Sam?
Nah, just roll it.
This city was an old scar that refused to heal.
Maybe it's the actor's affection, but you appreciate how Alan types with 2 fingers?
I was tired. Insomnia covered me like a plastic film.
Well, to be fair, like, it wasn't until you got to more recent typewriters that allowed you to do quote-unquote touch typing.
I was trying to track down a missing writer.
I imagine...
Clue was a table lamp, shaped like an angel.
I imagine... Oh, what? Wrong.
Sordid mystery.
I'm guessing the Olivetti Laterra is one that you can do, like, the whole touch typing thing of, like, the...
Very exciting and very meta. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Wait, stop. What was that about a writer? About a lamp?
Alright, so we're looking for an angel-shaped lamp. So. Back down here. $665. And then Mr. Door, which was where we got that book. Alright, so we're looping again. Oh. What did I get wrong? $565. Okay. There we go. Angel-shaped lamp. Nope. Okay, so we were able to get through here this time around.
Hello?
Ati? That sounds like Ati. Ati? Where the fuck is Ati? You could always do touch typing with any kind of typewriter. Touch typing just means you know where you're... Oh, sorry, not touch typing, like speed. There's a speed limit with typewriters because it is a physical instrument with mechanical parts that could be jammed if you type too quickly. But beyond that, there's nothing stopping you from touch typing. Alan is just a bad typist. Agreed. Artie, this is the janitor's office.
Ah, no day. There you are, Tom.
What?
Oh, not so much evil that not a bit of good as well. Not one without the other. Good to see you.
Very detailed, Artie.
Hey, I can't seem to find my way out of here. Can you point me to the exit?
No totta helvetissä. Of course, Tom. The world
Tom?
will instruct its maker. I was gonna get something from the basement for you, but you can get it yourself now. The more cooks, the worse the soup.
What do you want me to get from the basement? And my name's Alan, not Tom.
Ja, mutta katsoppa, a man, but a man with a tool makes two, Tom. Eikö niin? And a man with a tool can build his own exit. It's in a shoebox, in the basement where you left it. Safe as in the Lord's purse. Here's the key.
Thank you.
Have we met before? Are you trapped in the dark place too?
You remember Ahti, the janitor. You can't be lost if you don't worry about where you are headed. So don't worry, Tom. The sun will shine even into a heap of twigs. Just remember to turn on the lights. It won't take long when you get to work.
I've been trying to find a way to escape the dark place. Any suggestions?
He who mouths about his troubles is the prisoner of his troubles. It's not easy to get out. But don't you worry, Tom. The home is still there where the heart is. I often think about it when I mop the floor and look into the puddle. Water is the memory of the world. Water finds its way.
The janitor was a bit out there, but still a friendly face. I had to trust the basement would get me out of here.
Oh, I thought he was gonna say something back to us because of us like thinking in our heads and what have you, like he did back in Control, just being like, he's just like, oh, but you know, what's my who's he is. All right, so we need to now go to the basement. So here's us, Alan Wake. Nothing else in here. All right. Ah, okay, so we go this way for the basement. Using the janitor's key. And then we go down the stairs. God damn, the green room is so fucking green. Nope, do not close the door. Artie, why can't you be here? Otherwise it wouldn't be called the green room. Cool. Love it.
Good evening.
Hi, Mr. Door.
A writer trapped in a dream world attempts to write a story to shape reality around him and escape. He is beset by visions leaking in from realities beyond his own. He uses those visions as inspiration for his stories, in hopes of giving them power to make them come true. Us, hidden few, know that ultimately he will succeed. But before that, many of his stories collapse back into the stuff that dreams are made of, to remain as they began, works of fiction. And yet, maybe there is a gleam of truth to be unearthed from these tales. Rare glimpse into the unseen realities beyond our own.
Night Spring.
Offering us intriguing avenues of contemplation as they transpire in
Yeah. There we go. Hey! Gosh darn it. So we have to watch until the end to...
An old lamp in a shoebox. Was this what the janitor had left for me?
Hey, look, a donut. It's fairly old.
The lamp felt significant. A tool for bringing light to the darkness.
Can we light it up? Can we light it up? Okay, it won't let us do that yet.
I felt a magnetic pull between the lamp and the light overhead.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa! When the light jumped into my lamp, the whole room changed. Like something in a dream.
Interesting.
Opening the way forward, the lamp was humming. The bulb glowed. It held the light now.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I pick up what you're putting down.
I felt another surge from the lamp. I could use it again.
Ah, okay, so...
The glow in the lamp went out, shifting the light in the room.
Nice.
The light carved out something new from the darkness.
There we go. Nothing there. Interesting. There we go.
Wants to drown me.
How's it going, Incineroar? You doing good?
I have to fight it. I have to remember. The clicker. The light switch. I lost it. But I have the lamp now. The lamp the switch was cut from. This place is a nightmare. Not real and yet...
That's why the lamp is significant.
The danger and the horror real. It feeds off my mind. Twisting whatever it takes into psychotic reality. I'm trapped here. I write to escape. I've tried this many times, written countless stories, forgotten how many. I keep failing, but I must keep trying. I use the story to dive deeper. Every word I write is a step forward on this spiral in the darkness. I dive to the body to find the answer, the map, and the key, and the compass. It's combined to form a door leading out. But how do you open a door that's not a door? At the bottom of an ocean that's not an ocean, and a lake that's not a lake.
End of part. Nice. I can barely see in this darkness. Oh.
The payphone was ringing.
This is...
Somehow I knew the call was for me.
Looks like New York in a way. Scratch. Scratch. Plastics are forever. Scratch. Caldera Street. Oh, that was mentioned previously. Yeah, disgusting payphone.
Hello?
Alan Wake?
Yes.
Do you know who I am?
No.
No? Who is this?
We'll get to that later. There are spies all over. Shadows.
A sense of deja vu washed over me. Had I had this conversation before?
Alan, listen to me carefully. Caldera Street Station, the subway. You need to go there. I'll call you again later. Make sure to pick up.
Do I know you? I know you from somewhere.
You've just forgotten again. We're in this together. Don't worry. I got you now. We've been working. Great.
I'm losing you. Hello? Hello?
Oh, don't break the phone. Ah, but the subway pass we're gonna need, aren't we? Hopefully it still has some cash on it. It's very rare that, you know, passes on the ground have any cash left over. Although in Australia it does allow, if you have like a couple cents in, you can easily take a trip and it just, you know, Casey, initiation 2. Also, what did the thing say?
The man
return, scratch, don't write.
I had to go there.
Okay. All right. So let's cut the corner. All right, and we head to the subway station that's over here.
The Caldera Street station sign was there, but the entrance was missing. I had to make it appear. Maybe I could use the lamp to reveal the station entrance. The lamp was dead in my hand. I needed to find a light for it.
Oh, okay. So we need a... So those lights are dead. So... Can we go for... Oh, I can barely function. So, there's inactive lights there. In between with Mr. Door. There's no closing the door on past sins. Closed Casey. Hard-boiled and hungover, hard Casey. I'm gonna be real with you, these definitely seem like titles to watch. Maybe that's the point of the whatsamahoozy games, the Max Payne, like Max Payne 1 and 2. Oop. Neighborhood illumination. Alright, okay. Nice. This is an interesting dark place, honestly. Oh!
Is this the way it was on the page?
What the hell?
That's, the symbol in the background there is the...
We met at Door's show.
Alan Wake, the writer. I'm Alex Casey. I'm looking into a murder.
And he's dressed...
Come on, what?
He's dressed like the cover and...
There's a piece of evidence, a manuscript of a novel. You wouldn't know anything about it?
A manuscript?
He's dressed like the dude from Max Payne.
I need to see it.
Rumor had it the manuscript contained the details of the murders. A murder cult was following the story to commit their gruesome acts. Was Wake their leader? Had he written it? How far would he go to create a perfect work of art? Or would he be the next victim? Stay here.
No, wait! I need a gun!
No chance.
He's like, I need a gun! Gun! Oh my god, I can barely see shit.
Damn it.
I remember dying in this alley in a dream I had. He was just gonna keep killing me here, loop by loop. You're not gonna get what you want. You think you know. You know shit. You don't really wanna know. You're gonna get what's coming to you.
Oh. Alright. Can barely... Hate to be eaten by the dark. Yeah, very much so. Alright, we got our gun, we got our flashlight. We got some classic Alan Wake.
This was an echo of the books I had written for years. Picking up Casey's gun felt like I was assuming the role of the detective.
Initiation. Return, Scratch. You die here, you die here, you die here. You loser. Gosh darn, the art department had a lot of fun with the design.
I needed to get back to the subway station entrance. Shit. With the alley in darkness now, restless shadows block my way.
Okay, so I probably only needed to do it once. Okay, nothing secretive in that alley.
The shadows faded out. They were trying to stop me.
Alrighty.
I could use the light to open the subway entrance now.
I just gotta be mindful of the dark. Yep, Calder Station there. But I am kind of curious what's there. I want to know. Huh. Okay.
I had written books about Alex Casey for years. Something lingered here. A line from a half-forgotten story.
Let's see.
Careful now.
Hey, there we go. Oh, okay. So in the shoebox, you can store items and you can access... Alan can access stored items from any shoebox in the dark place. Interesting. Interesting. And then we got our subway pass, we got our janitor keys. Alright. I'm gonna save here. Actually, hang on. Maybe this isn't where I need to be. Maybe I should... I'm gonna head back. I need to head to the subway. Because if I don't, I am probably gonna go too far. I'm gonna go too far into something that I shouldn't have. I should go down to the subway like they said I should. Where is anything to collect here? No. Alright. Give me a few, give me a few, give me a few. Alright. There we go. Alright. So here we are in the subway.
I needed to find another light to go deeper inside.
Okay. So that's why... Yep. Okay. Oh, hello. Another... Thank you. Thank you for the painkillers. So, okay, so I was, like, in the quote-unquote right spot. So I did need to... Hi there, YY! I'm just going on for a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer.
Hello!
Find Alice, Cult of the Word. Hello. Alright, so... More Night Springs. I don't know if there's anything there. Glad that I can throw my shoulder at the door. Like so. Nope, nothing in there. Would it be nice if there was, but I guess not.
Hello. Oh. Hey, Alan.
Tim?
You snuck up on me.
Sorry. Have we met?
Memory problems again, huh? Yeah, we've met. Tim Breaker. We've shared notes.
You're the sheriff.
Progress on the map, if you want to take a look. I still haven't found my mystery man, though.
Who's this mystery man?
Oh, it wouldn't be much of a mystery if I knew. All I have is a name. Warland Dorr.
The talk show host?
No. No, that doesn't sound like him. The guy has many disguises, but a talk show host?
Uh-huh.
I'll keep looking.
You're making a map?
Trying to. It's hard to map a dream, though. I keep ending up in unexpected places.
Weird.
Interesting things like those strange markings that react to the light. But never the one thing that I'm looking for. Feel free to check the map out. Oh, I've been stockpiling supplies while I poke around. If you find a stash, take anything you need.
I appreciate the help.
Yep, let me just open up the Coleman, get myself some bullets. Alright, so we got a bigger dark...
Oh, that's my crazy wall. I'm just...
Remember, I was at the morgue. I was about to give the evidence to the FBI. The door transported me here. Oh, door transported me here to this dream reality. Why? Who? Where? Why? Motive? Why me? Okay, so, facts. Missing time. No memory. Until now. Have I always ended up here? Will I forget when I get out? Abducted? Aliens? Door? UFOs? Polyhedrons? Dreams. Me. But not me. Others I know, yet they are different. The redhead woman? Ooh, there's a redhead woman. There is a redhead woman somewhere around here. We need to find her.
See you around, Alan.
But yeah, okay, so he is the same Tim Breaker that was in the morgue with like the manuscripts and such. And somehow he's ended up here. So does that mean that there's like no true like, you know, thing of time here? Once again, do not double press the, I should not be double pressing the what's-a-mahoozy thing, the light. Where the fuck am I? So, point of interest, break room, shoebox. Don't write. Die, Casey. It's crazy to see, like, all the different, like, graffiti and writing just being like, you know, don't write, die, and all that.
Fuck me.
Straight up. Interesting. Alright, hang on. More exploring, more exploring. Something here? There we go. Thank you for the painkillers, I suppose. It wouldn't be the first time graffiti told people to fuck off. It tells me to don't write, fuck off, and die, Casey. There's more of these guys like hanging around, which I don't enjoy. So there's one. I imagine once I grab this light, they're gonna be... Nope. Okay, never mind. I thought they would be a little bit rowdy, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. You have found an episode of Night Spring. Ooh. Oh, Night Spring does something. Also, it's doing the audio thing. Just give it a minute to load. It'll get there. Don't you worry. Hello, door.
A fan. The dictionary definition of the word is an enthusiast, a fervent devotee, an abbreviation of fanatic. What comes across to an outsider as a dangerous obsession or even madness is something entirely different from the point of view of the fan herself. To be a fan is a joyous existence, one filled with the happiness that stems from knowing with utter clarity the purpose of your life.
Damn, oh, I've never been a fan if that's the case.
More still, if you could be lifted out of the flock as your idol's chosen one, the only one who could decipher his secret messages. What lengths would you go to save the object of your obsession in Night Springs? Tonight's cult classic episode, #1 fan.
Teleplay by Alan Wake and hosted by Warland Dorr. Oh! Rose. It's gonna be about Rose, isn't it? Yep.
Life's a funny thing.
The waitress.
Spend all your time wishing and hoping and dreaming for something, and then, bam! Destiny shows up at your door like a mailman with a package you were pretty sure got lost because you ordered it like 6 months ago. But that's okay. And your destiny has eyes like sunsets and a beard like mahogany-colored velvet. You don't really mind how it arrives.
Oh, that's Alan's outfit from Alan Wake 1.
But my day didn't start off with all that excitement. It began like any other day did for this waitress / protector of the town of Night Springs. As always, Night's Diner was the
Yay, we get to control a woman. Looking at all the flowers. Lady with that ugly green car.
Everyone's favorite waitress.
Self-help book. Guy who only eats hamburgers.
Could I get another cup of that delicious special brew that only you know how to make?
Of course. Who else wants a top up?
Me.
Right here, please.
One for me, please, and thank you.
Another cup.
I would kill to have a passion like you do for that writer of yours. You two.
Why did they have to say it like that? What, the fanatic?
Coffee.
I heard your fan site for that writer was named best fan site in the world. Congratulations.
Lady with 7 corgis.
It wasn't easy. Here you go.
A person of your genius.
Guy who only eats burgers. That's me!
Regular Joes and Joannes.
Oh, I don't mind. Here's your coffee.
How do you juggle running?
We get to control a woman. Woman with an omulant over the O. A woman. I don't know. It was just some weird way of saying it.
I work extremely hard, but also I'm naturally talented.
Well, heck.
I don't know.
Regular folks can't keep up.
A woman.
Successful as you.
Also, mustache man.
You won't be with that attitude. Life's not a side order of hash browns, so don't expect someone to bring it to you.
Wow. That's tough, but fair. Thank you for telling me exactly what I needed to hear.
No problem.
Alright, who else needs coffee?
That's everyone's coffee. Better put this pot back.
Oh. Also, you have such a long beard. But I feel like it's also... Hang on.
I love the medium rare burgers here.
It looks like he's got, like, more strand on one side than the other.
And operator of the county's most popular diner.
Most popular diner.
Compared to my grease fire of passion for the writer and his sheer literary talent, and flowing hair and lips like buttery pie crust. Pie! I need to clear the empty pie plates from the tables. Shucks.
My date last night was a total bust.
With that concerning moral.
Any advice?
Yes. But first, tell me everything.
Long story short, She told me I dressed like a divorced gym teacher. But it's what's inside that matters, right?
You need to make an effort.
You still have to put in some effort. If you don't have a jacket with elbow patches, buy one.
Elbow patches? Oh, got it. Thanks a million.
Just slowly turning that person into an Alan Wake lookalike, just being like, you need to grow out like your beard into more of a shadow.
Competition this year?
Of course.
You need to get like a jacket with elbow patches. You need to start writing. All right. Let's see. Here's another one.
I saw in the news that you saved every single kitten from that bear attack. Amazing.
Thanks. Those yoga lessons really paid off.
The writer lives just outside town in that mansion of his. Why don't you go talk to him?
Oh, we have our own ways of talking.
And then plates go
Better
here.
take these plates back to the service window. What can
Excuse
I get
me.
you?
Wait, what was his thing? Guy who works with computers.
I need a good book recommendation.
Oh my gosh.
After all, you're the town's literature buff.
Oh, you have got to read the newest book in the Writer's Crime Trilogy. I'll grab you a copy from the back.
Door.
You better not crease any pages.
Oh, look at that! Look at the drawing. Also, is he got cat ears there? Those look like cat ears. Look at this! Look at this fucking fan fiction here. Also, pretty sure this was originally part of a DLC pack. Oh, this might have been. Employee of the Decade. In recognition of basically being the best at, like, everything. Presented to everyone's favorite waitress. Beat poetry night at Knight's Diner. Nice. Cool. Like, look at this. Look at this drawing. Like, crazy. Wouldn't you like to pick up your favorite writer in your arms and just affectionately dole over them? I will be real with you. Pretty cool art. Don't touch. Nice. Oh, Bubba Suedes? Can I press the Bubba Nah, they won't let me press the Bubba Suedes. 2 can do it. Thank you so much for taking in my 6 macaws. I know you have your hands full with all the other sick birds at your bird sanctuary, but if anyone can find a cure for their rare bird lupus, it's you. The only thing that hurts more than love is loving again. Love Will Hurt, by America's best-selling writer. Death comes for everyone. That doesn't mean it's painless. Death will hurt. So love will hurt. Death will hurt. A man's life is ripped away. He's out to get justice, and the whole city will hurt. Will, love, and death. Cool. Awesome. Oh, hey, look! Another cat! Cat! Cat. Cat. Look. It's a cat. You see it? See the cat? So expect this to take a minute. Noted. Cool. Exit out of that. Where's the book? Oh, nope. Where's the...
It's me, your favorite writer whose voice you would recognize in your sleep. I'm in danger. Please, my #1 fan, you're the only one who can save me.
Oh my gosh! Don't worry, I'm on my way. My beloved writer was in terrible danger, and I had to rescue him. The stakes had never been higher. Luckily, I kept all my accessories in the diner's kitchen.
Her accessories, like a shotgun and a flashlight. Oh my god, that's a lot of pink.
My accessories. Everything a girl needed to claim victory in the battle for love. My trusty 12 gauge, fully automatic. Extreme circumstances call for extreme shotguns. My bolt-action hunting rifle with a gorgeous walnut stock. Deadly, and looks good doing it. Just like me. I was finally ready for a night out on the town. With danger. There was no time to waste. The shortcut through the boatyard was the fastest way to Ryder's mansion in the woods outside town.
The boatyard is this way! You better hurry! Go through the boatyard! It's the shortest route!
God, wish I could have these fantasies.
My chance to save the Ryder and make him realize how much he needed me. And if that's not love, I don't know what is.
Run the diner while you're gone! Or we'll be way worse at it! Tell him we all love his butts!
One waitress plus one writer equals forever. Don't like your math, but good luck.
I was leaving my old life behind, like a body left to sink in a lake so no one finds it. Nothing would get between me and my future with the Ryder.
Oh. Oh, never mind. She does it. She kicks it down. Good for her. Be a badass. Is that the Ryder?
Now, who the heck is that?
Oh,
I knew you'd come to his rescue.
the bad boy. I'm guessing this is Scratch.
And why do you look like a slightly less handsome version of my Ryder?
Oh, don't you ever compare me to that worthless hack. Sure, I may be his wild and rebellious estranged twin brother, but we can't all be perfect.
I had no idea he had a brother. To think there were two of him all this time.
After today, there won't be. No more Ryder, no more books, no more living in his shadow.
But he's your brother.
You're his brother. I'm sure you two can talk it out and realize you have so much in common, and after you change, you can move in together. And I'll come over with popcorn for movie nights.
He had his chance for popcorn and movie nights, but he wanted to keep everything for himself. Too bad. You know what they say? If you can't join him, beat him.
What did you do to him?
I locked Mr. Fancy Pants up somewhere you'll never find him.
You won't get away with this.
Can I shoot
I'll
him?
Stop you.
Babe, I got an army of people that hate that hack almost as much as I do. They're ready to die if it stops him from writing another crappy book. What do you got?
I have a shotgun.
Well, I got a... Wait, that's a real shotgun? Okay, I admit I didn't expect that. But it doesn't matter. You can't stop all of us.
Nope.
Only a monster could be blind to the poignance of my writer's books. Now, only one way to deal with monsters. Hot cracker stings! Oh! I'm fresh out of bullets.
Damn it. That's not good. Love never gives up. Working double shifts at the diner, remember to wear comfortable shoes with plenty of arch support. When overwhelmed by the enemy, look for safe haven. Its healing light prevents the enemy when working double shifts. Weapon, throwables, and healing can be quickly assigned.
A monster could be blind to the claims of my writer's books. And there was only one way to deal with monsters. The twins' motorcycle had left tracks in the mud. I recognized the tread pattern immediately, thanks to my famously keen perception. The tracks would lead me right to my writer and his kidnapper. I felt like
good for
my writer's books, solving the case with my wits. All I needed now was an unlimited supply of black coffee and crippling emotional trauma caused by the untimely death of my spouse.
Thankfully, his spouse, as far as I know, ain't dead.
This morning, so don't me and my writer.
Thankfully, we got plenty of ammo.
Hold on. I need to fill my gun up.
For whatever reason, a license plate? Hang on. Shotgun ammo, Molotov, rifle ammo, shotgun, painkillers. All right, painkillers fills her up to full. She is... You always had trouble with preparing spinach.
You're all being very rude.
Alright, Dink.
Why hadn't my writer ever told me he had a semi-evil twin brother?
Semi-evil? More like actually evil.
Third or fourth date, surrounded by candles, so he could reveal this vulnerable chapter from the dramatic story of his emotionally troubled past. Oh, that man has more layers than a croissant.
Croissants have layers? I just thought it was just a normal, like, wrapped pastry. Yeah, whoopsies. Goes to show what I know. Nothing. All the tears of all the angels in heaven were falling over the city. She wore the rain like a funeral shroud. She was in a sad state. This city of mine, but she was still mine. The filthy prison I called home. I was here for a reason. Joe Bullets Capone. He was inside drinking champagne and throwing around his dirty money while I stood in the rain, smoking a soggy cigarette. But that didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was I knew Bullets had a bad night coming his way, and he had no clue. He made me wait for it, though. My pack of cigarettes was long gone by the time Bullets staggered out of the back door. I detached myself from the shadows, stepping up right beside that pathetic excuse of a man. Long time, Joe. Bullets looked up, his booze-soaked grin twisted into something less friendly. You! He reached for the pistol under his jacket, a 6-shooter with slugs big as my cigarette stubs. I'd done my homework. He barely had the piece out of his holster before I was on him. I wrestled it out of his hands, tossed it behind a dumpster. Bullets didn't like that. Gave me one right in the gut. Wind rushed out of my lungs like a soul leaving a body. Through my wheezing, I could make out the slap of boots against the water. Bullets was legging it. I had to get after him. Couldn't lose him. Not when I was so close. I lost my step. He had info I needed. The address of the last stop for his train called Revenge. So I sucked in whatever air I could and took off after him. Through the twisted maze of alleyways, 2 rats, but only 1 cheese. I pulled out my revolver. I was playing for keeps. Don't make this hard, Joe. I caught up to him as he was dropping down the other side of a chain-link fence. He sneered, teeth like rows of gray tombstones. He thought he was escaping. He thought he was safe. My body slammed against the fence like a bird against a window. He clutched the thin metal, scrambled over it. The jagged ends of wire ripped through the sleeves of my leather coat and biting into my skin. The pain was welcome. I dropped down in the alley and ran like a panther. At every blind corner, I expected a trash can lid to the face. None came. Maybe Bullets hadn't liked what he saw in my eyes as I climbed that fence. I bet he wasn't smiling now. Then I had him. A trapped rat trying and failing to wrench a locked door off its hinges. I leveled my gun at him. You know what I want, Joe. Bullets let go of the door handle, hands as up as they go, beseeching a higher power not to cast him down. Come on, man, ain't gotta bring your wife back. Can't hurt to try. Talk. Yeah, sure thing, sure. Bullets lunged for his ankle. A crackle of lightning from my hand and he was down in the gutter, clutching his belly. I walked over, calm as snow. I stood over him. Watched his putrid blood mingle with the rivers of rainwater. You talk, I call an ambulance. His words were having a hard time getting through the pain. You're insane, man! Insane! I raised my gun level with his eyes. Try again. Okay. I want the big man, yeah? I know where you can find him. Blood pounded in my ears like war drums. All the killing, the sleepless nights, the booze, the countless cigarettes I smoked while ghosts swirled around me. It was all for this. The drums got louder. Bullets caught his breath, strained against the pain, then he spilled his guts. My #1 fan. If I don't make it, then I just want you to know that... No, I can't say it. Curse my crippling, sensitive, artistic nature. I left the alley, told a waiter on the curb that I had been shot. Didn't care what he did with that information. I had what I needed. The reason why croissants have the crisp outer layer is because the dough has been flattened so thinly and rolled nicely. The writer must have had so much fun coming up with that schlock. Oh yeah, I would have too. It was fun.
Motorcycle tracks ended at a cabin. Was my rider inside?
Isn't anyone gonna rescue this poor little rider? Hello? Is anybody there? I'm just a frail rider and I require aid.
He's inside. I'm here. I've come to save you.
Oh, joy! We can finally be together and sit through big poetry readings and drink $18 cocktails and have high tea.
Muscles don't cry, they sweat. Life is not unlike a highway.
Coffee, 2 sugars, no milk. I keep all the mugs.
Okay, no more tricks. I'll be waiting upstairs.
Become the Alpha. Everything you need to know to lead your wolf pack like a true alpha by TJ Wolf. Oh, open that door.
I guess writing doesn't run
Brothers, the moon can only shine when the sun is gone. The night can only come when the day is done. Can the sea ever meet the ocean? It's alright writing.
Where are you? I was never upstairs. I lied when I said there were no more tricks.
Torture ideas for Hack Brother. Car battery. Pulling fingernails. The bell. Blunt spoon. Dismantle typewriters. Gasoline and fire.
First, he kidnaps my writer. Then he calls him a tea drinker. He had crossed the line. I was going to go to that beach and give this jerk the scolding of a lifetime.
Not this beach. This beach. It was ironic how TJ Wolf got shot by a follower of his rival Coyote Joe. Wait, is that a real thing, or are you just having fun with the names?
The twin said he was down at the beach.
Oh, and I can't shoot him? Darn you.
Hey, me and my bike were just enjoying the view.
Where is my writer?
What do you even see in that crybaby? He's boring, he dresses like a nerd,
Hush your mouth! He is a stylish intellectual who is in touch with his...
You're riffing on some headlines. Ah, okay.
My style, babe. And I'm not telling you where he is.
What did he ever do to you?
I, already told you that? At the boatyard? I feel overshadowed by success, like he's taking everything I can compete.
Oh, right. I remember now. It's a self-confidence thing.
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that.
You are going to tell me where he is, or else.
Or else what, babe?
You asked for it. You're rude, you have no manners, your too cool to care attitude is attractive initially, but drives people away after they realize you're emotionally incapable of letting your walls down to reveal that you are a vulnerable human being just like everybody else. You are trying way too hard with that outfit.
No, stop! I don't like being seen! Listen, I never had your precious writer. I was just keeping you distracted while my army of haters storms his mansion. Now the love of your life is doomed. Doomed!
He tricked me, even with my famously keen perception. Between me and my writer. Pistachios. Can't forget the bullets.
Alright, now I gotta follow his trail again.
Get to my writer's mansion as fast as my donkey can wheel can take me. I'm fresh out of bullets.
Where the fuck is...
So don't mess with me. My spinach is ready, so don't mess with me. Me and my writer. Oh, hold on. I need to
Up to the mansion we go. Okay, cool. Cutscene. Ooh. It's a deer.
You, my #1 fan, would never fall victim to my twisted brother's lies. His hatred for me is as inexplicable as the sunrise.
You're a deer.
And just as fiery. But I knew your heart would never waver. You're the only one who can save me. I believe in you.
What?
My rider believed in me. We were kindred spirits. We fit together like a bicycle chain and that spiky wheel thing the chain fits into. We were connected.
The gear,
by
or
love
the
and destiny. He was meant to be mine, always and forever. There was no time to lose.
Oh, wait.
I was the only one who could save the writer and the very soul of literature from these evil haters. The fate of all art.
You're just a
rested
hater.
on my shoulders. The stakes had never been higher.
Here we go. Here we go. What a bizarre analogy for love. Maybe a bit clunky, and that's the point. Just a little bit, yeah. Like a chain with spokes. Once again, I cannot shoot the evil twin.
If I have to stop you myself, I will. Unlike him, I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
Ow, fuck you. Darn it. Nope.
He's had this coming a long time. Our love goes both ways.
Can't forget the bullets.
Where the fuck did he go?
It's bullets o'clock. I shoot. But that I'm fresh out of bullets.
Did it! Fuck you, motorcycle.
Go ahead. Finish me off.
Absolutely. Oh, what? Come on, let me shoot him.
I'm not going to kill you. You're
Darn
my
it.
darling writer's brother.
You really do love him, huh? I guess I never even had a chance. I was just jealous of his talent, his money, his velvety hair.
Aw, shame.
That he's got the love of somebody as amazing as you.
Oh, you silly werewolf. You could have all those things too. You just need to stop wanting to be him and start wanting to be you.
Your words have shown me that it wasn't my brother I hated. It was myself.
If only defeating evil was so
What have I
simple.
done? Those haters will tear him apart, and it's all my fault. Please, go save him.
Oh, I intend to. Oh, hold on. I need to fill my gun up. Someone order a reckoning? Very rude. Me and my writer. This morning, so don't mess with me. Whoops! Gotta put more bullets in.
I need more bullets. I love how, like, even in this, like, you know, alternate, like, story thing, it's like you still need to go to the Coleman containers to get bullets and resources. They didn't, like, change it to anything else. All right, I'm guessing he's upstairs, isn't he?
I'd never read this!
Molly!
You have confusing endings.
So don't mess with me.
I found numerous. I don't like weird stories.
My gun's hungry. Bullets o'clock.
Ow. Fuck you, officer, for double tapping. Screw him. Yeah, you do you.
I'm fresh out of bullets.
Oh my gosh, it's like as if he's back in his writer's room.
And there he was.
Looking exactly like he was in his first Alan Wake instead of in the second one.
Alone. Together. Our love was written in the stars. And so we danced like two spinning planets that would eventually crash into each other in a dazzling display of flames and rocks and other planet stuff.
Oh.
He told me all the sweet things I'd been waiting a lifetime to hear. I saw myself reflected in his eyes. I would always be at his side, to inspire and protect him. He needed me, now and forever. After all, I am his #1 fan.
A fan and the object of her joy come together against a world trying to keep them apart. A happy ending for some. But is happiness like beauty? All
This is romance shit. You're not allowed to kill people like that.
between fandom and fixation. One can never tell.
Glad you decided against it, Izzy.
Night springs.
Love always wins. Gonna skip that.
The gates to the platform were closed. I had a ticket.
Insert the ticket.
Something about the station platform felt significant. It would work in my writing, but I needed more. Something lingered here. A half-forgotten memory. An echo.
I understood what I had to do. I knew how to write the ending to Departure. There is light and there is darkness. There's guilt and there's atonement, but the scales always need to balance. Everything has a price. There's a long journey through the night, back to the light.
Something was here. A vision about to reveal itself. I needed to look at it from the right angle.
Oh, hang on. Align the echo by... Okay. Nope. Okay, hang on.
FBI agent.
Ah.
On the trail of a murder cult. He'd gone missing, presumed dead. The cult was leaving me clues to follow, connecting the dots from one murder to the next, inviting me to draw an obscene picture on the city map. Caldera Street Station. The name made me think of the exit.
I was about to tell you you're not supposed to stick your head in there.
A flash of inspiration. The ghost of my fictional detective. A story thread I could use in my writing.
You have discovered your first plot element from an echo. You can rewrite into reality on the plot board.
I had a location. I had a story thread. The dark place reacted to my story. The way into the tunnels was no longer blocked.
Oh, I need a map of the subway before I go further. Or else there will be problems. Nope.
It could not be opened on this side.
Darn. First aid, thank you. Aim your flashlight at the spiral? What spiral? What fucking spiral? Never mind, it's probably like further down that way. Also, double check. Is there a map to this? No, there isn't. Okay, cool. Caldera Station for the missing FBI agent. Cool.
The Fed had glimpsed into the maw of darkness. It swallowed him whole.
Uh-huh.
The tracks led into the tunnel. That was my way forward. The blood trail continued deeper into darkness.
Let's not use too much of our... Open the door. There we go. A lot of spray cans. And no map, which isn't going to be too great. Fuck you.
Shit. I don't like the sound of that.
Alright. I'm just going to go in here real quick. Fuck you. And I'm going to take this as my cue to, I'm gonna take this as my cue to end the stream there, because I have been at this for quite a while now. It is past 11 o'clock. Any upside progress will be lost. Yep, no, that's fine, because I've saved the game. There we go. That, honestly, is fun. I am so glad that I'm going through Alan Wake 2 now. Like, I'm impressed that I didn't get spoiled on anything about Alan Wake 2, quite frankly. Like, the only thing I know from Alan Wake 2 is that there's a dance number. That's it. We have not seen it yet. I have no context for why a dance number would be important, but so far, I'm enjoying this game. I am most certainly going to be This is a lot better of a Wednesday night game than Sniper Elite when I tried that 2 weeks ago. This is definitely something I'm going to be picking up next week as well. So Monday nights, we're going through Metal Gear Solid. Wednesday nights, we're going through Alan Wake 2. Sunday mornings, still have no fucking idea what it's going to be, but you know what? It's probably going to be, you know, Monster Hunter Wilds or Monster Hunter World or Final Fantasy XIV. It's going to be something. And the other thing is that I don't feel bad about it either. I don't feel bad about, like, leaving the Sunday open. So, I'm going to call the stream here, and we're going to go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. So, let us see. All right, it looks like there's someone named... Let's have a look. Because at the top of my list, they've given me... It looks like Canadian Dragon right now is... Oh no, they're on a BRB, so they're not there. So we're not doing them. Let's go for... Let me just go back a step. Similar or smaller size? You know what? Let's go for... Let's see. This is a tough one. Trying to find... Don't get spoiled by Thingamadoogie. You know who we haven't rated in a long time? Kusaki. We're gonna go raid into Kusaki. I hope you've been enjoying yourself with this. To be fair, there's no real reason for the dance number in there either. It's actually a major production override to have that dance number in there because it was originally on a chopping block. Ah, okay. Fair enoughsies. So yeah, we're gonna go raid into Kusaki. Okay, it looks like they're playing some Clover Pit. They say it's an indie horror night, so I guess everyone is playing some sort of horror element. If you are subscribed, you're welcome to use the classic himbo raid message with the emotes. If you're not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you think would be appropriate. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back online Sunday morning, which is a much better time for the Americans. I'll have I'll talk a little bit, and ooh, I like that emote you got there, Izzy. That's a good emote. Nice. All right. But yeah, we'll probably be just chatting at the start for the Sunday stream. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, and I hope I hope to see you all next time. Bye for now.